mego maloyo SEATINI bojolo wakede katiate wa lokom ngomo kele waten kany kikir me piera nyogi yubune.
This will be done by Executive Director, and the next item is the opening remarks.
Mukena wobero yapo kachoke wa ene.
On the role of local government in promoting maize standards compliance.
Wa teach ma government ma pat paro bero katimone ilokman me piera nyogi ene.
This will be by our District Production Officer, Mr. Simon Peter Komake.
Ene la dir my production officer eno budor wa iye makilwani Mr. Simon Peter Komake.
After that, we shall go for a brief break tea. Then the next item is unpacking the developed maize bylaw by Council Wilbrod to Hangane. After that, we shall have a plenary where you will be asking questions still about this. And the next item is understanding compliance with the maize value chain standards, and this will be by a representative from UNBS. And it will be followed by a plenary, or of course, where you'll be raising some questions. And then there will be closing remarks, lunch, and departure. We intend to stay here up to lunch time. Recognizing the fact that many of you are coming from distant places. And I pray that we have fruitful deliberations during this engagement. So I think we shall start.
Okay.
I think we shall start with a round of introductions. It is important to know who is in the house, so that we don't leave this place without knowing each other. Because we all have an important role to play in this project intervention.
Hello.
So I think I will pass the mic. I'll pass the mic around while we introduce ourselves very quickly.
Praise God. Call me Nana Mercy, female youth councillor, Gulu sub-county.
Thank you.
Before Jesus Christo, Luana Chai Christian Jara, women councillor Sere, Udu Paris, Guru sub-county.
Praise God. I'm by the name Adima Teddy, Women Councillor Theory, Ayala Paris.
Oya, Yakotole Councillor de Gurgur Sub-County.
Foy Ot, Kidega Patrick Iga, Nia, Councillor de Gurgur Sub-County Foy.
Rubamba. Kara dusu Yaglo Kata Paul will come Siwan, Sorom Village, Tila Mogi sub-county.
Before Jesus Christo, Yin Luana Team Francis Ward, Councillor Deck with Mako and Guru sub-county.
Morning. I'm Maurice Nagalet, Parish Lamola Parish, Gurgur Sub-County. Thank you.
Foi cho padanwe. Luani mega euros. Atila fu. Le mogi sub-county foi.
For Yesu Kristo, Luani Ucheng Chas, La Fu, La Mogi Sub County.
Before Yesu Kristo, kinyingi luani ukelo Amos Balmoy, tila fu mela mogi, Sub County.
Fayeba, Nyamili Grace Sakot, Lafu.
Foi cho padano wing. Ginying luano chai Francis atila fu. Batila phone palafu. Gorgor sub county.
Foi le fu luara. Aratie le fu anonge gorgoro. Te group moache. So foi matak.
Kwa Patrick Mataifa, aya pernya, atila fu, Gurgu South County, Keben atie la foñ palafu, foi mata.
Foi matek, Luane Winston Todaza, atila fu.
Foi cho padano weng, Kenying Luane La Vincent, atila fu, dagbati la foñ palafu.
Foi danwing. Anyao chara Ivan, atila fu, dakbela foin pala fu me gorgo sub county.
Foi matek, Luanun Dega Justin, Paris Mayila, Guruguru sub county, Tila fu, dakbena neno lokum yotkom, Mikin gang, foi.
Before Yesu Kristo, kinying no ano kwera Martin, atila fu mi sub county la mogi.
Tama fo cho ba dan da tal kinying duan ko ma ka sande ronal atila fu da ba atila regi chuma fa
A foi odd, Nyao Jarden is atila fu me la Mogi Sub County, da ati chuma kop.
Foi cho padano weng, Angeloni and Abala Pamela, La Fu, La Mogi Sub County.
Kipak Yesu, Nya da Moy Santos, Utila fu Gurguru Sub County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayub Naiti. I'm a representative Amuru Paris, Gulu Sub-County, Amuru District.
Foi cho padano dujo. Anya old Proscovia, Atilapu, Ilamogi Sub-County.
Foi ba? Foi dano wing me bino. Aratila phone palafu madit. Atila fu Ilamogi sub county foi.
Before Yesu, Nya Francis York, atila fu.
Foi cho padano wing. Kinying luano kelo Benson atila fu Gurgur sub county.
Apoi cho padano wen. Kinyia luani la Beja Susan. Atila fu la Mogi Sub County.
Foi cho padano weng luani atimango Lucy, La Fu, La Mogi Sub County.
Foi down weng, Anya Jock win atila fu. Before Yesu, Anya La Mono Lucy, Councillor Derek, me Gurguru Sub County, abe atila fu.
An nok for a new rebe. Uno ngero ane majuini foyo.
Babe, Karadiju, Foi so wun weng anya cha merwa, te councillor pajamu tegi Gurguru Sub County.
Oh, Yesu Kristo. Luani Grace Omoya atila fu Gurguru Sub County.
Follow ba. Kinying Luana Amuru Scovia, Women Councillor, Port Paris Gorgor Sub-County.
Poi cho padano weng, ginying luar chero la no ti la fuma ki amor.
Foi cho padano wen kinya luane Omar Maiton Elvis atila fuma aki gurgur.
Afo chopa down when kinying luana temungo sharan. Afo chopa down and kinying luana la yon sa atela fumi go.
Afo chopa and ning luana gan run Miriam atela fuba.
Ngare mo timo po nyote kenda no beru penge.
Choma be. Ania Kidega Richard. Ati Amuru District. Le Font Palofu. Boy Matek.
Afo Chodan Wengba. Anya Nena Stella ati Jagu Gorgoro.
Apo Cho, Nia Komake Simon Peter, District Production Officer, Amuru.
Awo foyo dano woro ke donye kenwa. Mego konywa tete wanyi kikame ayeba foyo.
Afo Dan Weng, an Gilunying Luana Yat Lucy, an La Fume, Gera, La Gore Paris Village.
Follow ba. An kilwani kinyara Richard Joel atila fuma aki gurgur sub-county utichi.
Foyo matek, foyo dano dojo menyote.
Afoyo matek. Thank you so much for those introductions.
Wache foyo watu 12 menyote.
You realize that amidst us, we have a rich constituency of stakeholders.
Ikenwa kany bere watike lo tela mapadi magete ikenwa.
We have honorable councillors.
Watike councillors mapadi kenwa kany me gor sub-county.
Please wave for us, councillors.
Councillors when Congo mot wa kongwa foyo umater.
You should wave because this year is for elections.
Yeah.
We should see you. The people here should see you. I know, hey.
Wachi pere teka gingeyo eno wera gikuja webe cho ni honorable. Ni pere don tek lo pegi moe kan ya kare be don tika ramo en.
And campaigns are drawing closer.
Ange do chako la ping odon ko humero ko.
So it is important that you come to these meetings so that the people see you that you're doing your work.
Pere teka won bo biene ka chaka ene wera gingeyo ni won karo ti tijada.
I'm very happy to have you here.
We
all appreciate what you're doing down there in the communities. And this workshop is important that you have your views registered. But we also have farmers. Our farmers, please wave to us. Our farmers have been with us. Because there are also some councillors who are farmers also.
Yeah. So wajane watiki councillors benemo kano begiti be lufu beno getting councillors.
Exactly. So in fact this meeting is important because if you are a farmer and you're a councillor, again, we don't want to see that again you're the one practicing these things.
It
is important that you take the information that will be shared during this workshop very seriously.
So,
to ensure that the food that we consume is safe and nutritious. So the next item on our agenda is remarks from our executive director.
Ka wanene karatach wane watika wat wachera nyim kumbete dong wa oi kamo miero mego Jane Machado director ujolwa.
And I will be doing that on
So
behalf of
endo botiyo mega ka mego ba.
So once again, my name is Musana Nice.
Wajone enye dakpula ka enye pruchung Musana wan lo fu dong waluoni chieng.
And I work as the monitoring and evaluation officer at SEATINI.
Anti-monitoring and evaluation officer Dulman SEATINI.
I will be giving remarks on behalf of our executive director.
Wajane no miano mego beti bot wakany but kera pene ene bilogo mega ka mama waba.
Miss Jane Nalunga,
Mego Jane,
who is not with us today, but she is with us in spirit.
Kume pe bot wakany ento chunye wengti bot
And
wakany.
I'm sure where she is because this meeting is being live streamed. She's watching and listening in.
And tika winyo ka chaka wa ene ngeo jimpa mwana de kaere ki kuba tika winyo dok tika nero ngoma te time weng. Itij mudiyo waka en pe kany ba.
First, I would like to welcome you to this meeting, this workshop, which is looking at sensitizing and raising awareness among our value chain actors.
Nero paka chaka ene tie me mino ngej kifonyo wan mwati otka ene ilok me kela loka ifura nyoge.
On the importance of adhering to the standards.
Kirme nero ne watika team wati fura nyoge kuno wafur marwata ge chek.
For maize and to ensure that we produce safe and nutritious maize for sure.
Nero ne tima tekane umier wadene wafura nyoge marwate mat widi po bailo makadano bachamo pe kilo peke kwa badano.
And we can ably trade it out to other countries.
And any kadong wan wano ngech any lego ni po wako gak botwa ba wakonyo wono lu watwa modongang.
So this meeting, as you observe, we have honorable members from Guru sub-county.
Wachini ngaro moro mo neno ne be nena kumbete wana tigi councillors mako aki Guru sub-county.
And farmers.
Gilu fu mawengo aki Guru sub-county.
It is through this meeting that we shall unpack the maize bylaw.
Wachini wabino kany me yopo chik madlak madake kumpura nyoge.
So that it can be debated upon.
And chik en mobe mogane gibi nyamo chike.
And consultations will follow to ensure that you bring people in the community up to speed on this bylaw.
Gipen ginyo tama pat paro beruti kum chik en mawan wobe yobone.
This is part of our initiative on strengthening the maize value chains compliance and competitiveness in Gulu and Amuru.
Tie wa ene tie kian jimuno gian non ke yobo menano ne lok me pura nyoge ya moro bedo maber dada.
Because it is important that you, the maize value chain actors, and even the councillors
pian pere tek total it one and mwati at kanye
work to
madong wati nane anyugo mier gi fur yo maber dada.
You should be able to work together
mier wati yo wono ka chelo
and front this bylaw
menane wa yubo pen tek wa ene
before council
giket bene pen tek in your board council ka gitim ka chakage,
but also before the community.
Bene community bene nyogo joma beri ka beri murumo be ku beri kingech.
To appreciate what's the importance of us complying to this.
We ku bet ki foyo kien mano wo bet piero kera nyogo wo be yubo kere.
The bylaw is not so much, it's looking at enforcing the standards which are already in place.
Pentik ene kono mer pere tek piano bu konyo men nano ne kirido no giti timo giti fura njugi mabe kongi yup ie kakamo kene kong.
And the two standards that's the US EAS 44 and the US EAS 2.
Watiki kamoy ma eno doma pian kit me gwaka nyugi mabe ki fur ne tiki miyo ti $2 keto winya eno wajone. So pen check ene weng wabe mogo makwako en $2 eno ket me fura nyugi mabe ne.
Farmers in this space,
Wan lufu kono.
you have a role to play.
Tija tima tiyo miyarwa timu machalo wan lufu ba.
First is to adopt the good agronomic agricultural practices.
Umiyar wan machalo fu wanene wa fu ket machik miro kede niki fu kede fu.
Next is to practice good practices under post-harvest handling.
Kibene kai neno wa fu. Miyar wanene ket ma wakwanyo keda nyugi waki poro umiyaro bet marwate mabe dada.
Avoiding contamination of food.
Miyar wanene bagwa kanyugi mabe hanyugi wape onyope gikwiri nyo gena mama pat onyobo.
But also to participate in cooperatives and farmer groups.
Umiyaro bene pe bet yen keni ibet ikian dul ibet group yande kare kingeyo down ka down ti dul.
Because when you are in a group, it gives you edge to favorably compete.
Eno wajani kawati dul nyowati group mine wakero jim womo fuone bebiana mabe wako kiri PM tie nyo charo wile level mala mal tie no waramo charo ne mabe adada.
And also attract favorable prices for your produce.
And will wabene bedu mabe ke nen wati dul.
And then our dear councillors in the house.
Kidong councillors magete at kakany.
You have a role to play.
Tichu bene tima dira dada.
One is policy advocacy and enforcement.
Ma chel menero nene ki lobo chek dak chek tima gete ka lobo ne mabe dada.
We appreciate the fact that council passes a number of bylaws
Engeyo ne wona yo moko chek mapade madua dada.
that are tailored to promote development at the
Man yorne wona yo
local
tiyo
level.
matek me kilo down low pimero mierbe watiyo matek me yo chek makwaka nyoge.
You also have a role to sensitize the farmers
Tichu be time fonyo wono lufu.
and build their capacity
Menana lufu gu ile malo.
to put in practice these bylaws, but also to promote and implement good agricultural practices.
Menano ne pen chek man mo be moko ne gitiyo kere wako konyo mabe dada.
You also have a role to facilitate market access.
Watibe gitija tima me mete me fonyo yo mapat.
But also facilitate the development of infrastructure.
Umiera be peden wagiri yo me fu ke ken wan machalo councillors umiera
Because-
wan ne don lobo bene ubieno o area botwa
Because you sit at the different council
pian
meetings,
wan wa bere ka chake ma pare manyoti lok mwa lok be level no ti pat
budget
chiwatiyo
committee meetings,
chiwatiyo wono ke kar ene me konyo me kelo don lobo.
which allocate resources to these sectors.
Wane bene wa moko ken ma lim umiero gi ket nyo gimono umiero gi ket e kabedo moni eone chiwatiyo wono mabe me konyo lufu.
So as this bylaw is being presented,
Kade nen ma moko chek ene chi donge te ka dijiye nyoge te nyotone.
I implore you to take note of each and every section
Inoni pere te kabo unero kore ke kore chapter neo weng mabe.
where you see a gap, where you see a discrepancy.
Kakama wanero nyo wanoni ko no peti mabe nyo kama tima rach.
Point it out and it shall be addressed accordingly.
Ilego ni we loko wono iyo we kama yopa neke yopa.
With those few words,
Ke lok man ma ene lok manake.
I would like to once welcome you again to this workshop.
Emire dake jol wa ye me chako ka chake wa man ba.
Have wonderful deliberations.
Wawinyo wabedo wono maber dak wabedo wono agonya.
Interact among each other.
Bok lok kila wori kita nana wajo ne.
So that we see to it that our maize value chain is meeting the required standards.
Wek oluto wanene anyogi wa mwafur ne obera anyogi matika kare dok mopore.
And we can ably trade our maize to South Sudan, to Kenya.
Kawa yuba nyogi wa mabebo mine wa kare mechwala nyogi wa ilobo mukana chalo South Sudan, chalo Kenya kilobo mukana mapadi
And
padi.
also amongst ourselves, so that we consume safe food.
Wek wan bene kawa chama ba po chama nyogi makech nyogi matoro chubo wa chama gana beya.
Let us not consume unhealthy food. We shall die.
Po chama wono chama rach wek wata chan.
Aflatoxins are real and they cause, and these are carcinogens that cause cancer, especially liver cancer.
Tika wache wane anyogi kapeke gwa mabe kelo tuo maraja dada an pole maro kelo tuo achwinye manope bene.
So I would like to end my remarks there.
So wache ene tika geko mega kakanyba.
And invite the district production officer, Amuru District.
Endong tika luo la diet me production me Amuru Mr. Simon Peter
Mr. Simon Peter Market to give us.
Kong wadon mabedo wadon chingwo be kong ba. 1 2 off clap. Ngar mo ke don chi mara nyur be ke ti fu be pe fur mabe so aduke ne de bir ka tongo tieni yo poya you welcome
be poya matek amira kwan karman mi poyo siatini me yupo ka choke enane kidong wan luak duchu iruam mapat Watiki honorable councillors, ki Guru sub-county, and honorable councillors, ki Guru Mati district beti kinwa, honorable Mira Juli Bene, kidong Lutich, Roma pat, Mageti Kany, Kidong wan lo pu dujo matien wa biro kany. Kachel kilo ponye mapapat makone go beleyo tam kwitu. Tien ni enane tie ki bora ni mapiere tek. Pian watia lok mapiere tek bene. Makarne ikomanyuagi. Komanyuagi ene bedak ki yero. Area. Ma pire tega deda ma logo lokom rom pa nyoge ma wan watia pur ne chaka ki od buri obine I guru obine ya moro lo ni pura nyoge ma wan ti pur nya nyoge ma ti kate ni mono rom me tie marwate kit ma ki miro kwere Rom ene watia nano pe rom gur ente rom me wilobo. Rom eti mabe. Rom chame ka mo ki ken da bon yela. Ere lok matien wanti ye ma pere tek. Ka chame ka mo ki ken chi loko mo pe. Eno ka pe chame. Ma ka mo kene ki kwero. Manyote bino wat kanyi. Tie min anone anyoge ma wano purri obera anyoge ma ke ramo chamo nyoke ramo chato kamo ki ken la lok mo logo ne kita nen kere mo wego yup ene tie ne anyoge rom ma wano ti pur ne rom ti la ping yo ario me achiel Welle ma wan pur bere nok. Peramo dano dujo. Nyo peramo chara maramo kelo chilling ni chingwa. Kiro ma chama ot bene. Ti dwe mogo mano dong cham pere. Manyoda na nyoga ni ma wan pur de peramo bene guako cham I ot. Makarne dong lo en ye bere tinining, rome tinining. Peo tobe, kerwanti chama nyoge motop. Kerwa chama la dia, pano pe wangeyo. Ni eno na yetian loko wako wan tien watikan. Don't katala watie me yopo enining, wabe yopo nining. Mega ke waja local government. Ngoma local government betimo. Atam local government no one in the wing. Local government tiki jaya rio madon. But dear the lawyer the council. Any door local government. Si in kay ti council nye ti council ngoma in omyere team wek rompa nyoge mawan wabi purne obet malamal. Nyo rwate kieta we lobo miero kere. Nyo rwate kiet ma chiek miero kere. Chiek me yot kom. Pian pe wa miero nong tuo. Nyo pero. Ikom gien ma wan no wa puro. Doko bichamo. Tichingo. Machal honorable councillor. Ene la pen ma miero wa gam. Me achiel. Standard tie madonki yobako mamiero dano lobi manjoro no ien mi debate ki ngechi kom standard tinone ke ngeyo ngo mamiero tim gen mapia tek ayer wech miere po wi lwak pen councils no councillors era ilo lok fi lwak wech mi po wi dano ne anyoge magwano puro ba miero wa pura nyoge ku kate ku check maleng ka wa piro kudi ma check ma be kune ko check mier ke gok ma be kama pero en ti abin ye lo ene kar me kwanyo ne ki poro wa kwanyi chawa ma mieta ki kome ki mo tuo ki gok kama be Rwech ene rwech matere. Peteko. Eno ni in machal kansila pera mo timo. Watimo. Manyo de tichu me na machiel tika kenyo. Kedon ka dano dingo pe winyo lok. Ngo ma mier ke tim. Mier wakata ki chik. Chik. Matire loe ki loe ni bailo. Bailo eno big nano pura nyoge ki gwaka nyoge ki chata nyoge. Materne machalo council waron bela nyot ni council me goro ukata ki bailo ilok me pura nyoge gwaka nyoge chata nyoge nyometo rome. Machiek kato maleng. Machiek eno ko kate ron bere kiana ni anyoge weng mano ki kwanyo mier ki mo tuo mabe. Anyoge ke kwanyo miero i gan chiel ubet ki cha me gwakone kati yi cha. Anyoge po bet kama ngo kama kot nyo puro. Yang ya chul no wang tiki der. Wawa ne der anyoge. A chul no tiki goga. Mano ki gwako ki ngo. Chame ye. Ika ne tie dong tang der mano ki gur mabe. Tipi anyoge. Jodi mo oi kala di ma prison. Wana megiti ma chalo chiek. Madong kaki tora nyoge ki timo ngo. Ki onye ye. Gine one pe yope. Yope. Anyoge tuo ki ye. Terbe ki gading mo yope timo ngo. Yero donye ye. Chon ki chon. Ti gien ma ki wane bailo. Tutwa ne chao lange ye. Geno lobo mabe adeda. Lokom choron. Ki gwa ko leo. Ni ga chiel miyo beti ngo. Ki churon. Ki kero chalo bai lo. Maka ke bien gangi ki no churon pere. Miyo ki ti kumi. Joma ti kum dan kar cha mabe no. Ki lon nyampar gene mukung. Mukung adi magitina. Mukung adi matikan. Aha. Area ne weng no registering ying dano. Ki dano matiki no. Churon ngata pe. Ki no. Ker ma chalo chiek ne miyo tim no. Miyo tong. Weko ke chere lang ki lone. Ke miyo kar wena miyo chere bai lo. Bai lo. Eno watia wani kuri bai lo. Eno ne miyo waket kwene. Ubed ma chalo chiek. Ma dano weng miyo tim no. Miyo lobi. Chiek eno ni cancelled ayi mogo. Ye kero chiye ye. Weko kone la diet mono be logo lokom. Chiek kita ke rao moko na kwede. Madoke koma nyogi. In titi ma piere tek lo ayi me moko ne chiek eno timo ngo. Ubel tie. Dago tiyo. Ibaye lo ti sub-county. Kay district ilone ordinance. District dong mogo pingo. Dano weng miro lobe dano mati district. Ano way by law, no gur sub-county ken. Beru ki mege. La mogi beru ki mege. Jomoy noti ki mege. Mamiar ki lobe. Ti eno na ye. Wege rompa nyoge wa enene. Mawa ti lok enene. Kumete. Me ramo chato ne. Iwi lobo kamo ki ken. Labo eno kape wati ki bay lo po betiyo. Ana miar in doko sinan stores. Mako bedi chan ki tia wila nyoge ye. Mati kien gang kono. Mati senta lual. Mati senta guru. Chi nen chilu me ye. Ki kita nyoge no ki nyobo kwere ki jo mukena ni. Wa ot mano ke kere ye. Piene kom chiek kit cham mo e kan premier chi pingom. Ene be no ki duru chaka ki ngom we ko ot. Manyote wego ruome po be o kit ma watika ngom ka wacho nene. Kidong kai mogo chiek ti pa council be me lobo ne me ne chiek me lo mogo ne ilobo kitia teach kwere. Mawalone monitoring and evaluation. Ine ene peer attack. Uno bere committee ma pat. Bere ka chaka ma pat. Report ene kene mawono ki kelo bere nyimu. Mukel tima uno na mano report bino ni. Chi wa ene ginatika time. Dakolong kati ki chiek mo kene ka che dan peti ka lopo ne. Ilong biyon ki chiek manyen piano i lobo kore woro inero kirma chiek me mogo na tiyu kwede. Meno aloko genma council. Ite council watiki lo dero pat lo teach ma pat. Gitiki katala ge mamier gotim poko ngech ti kine poko ngech ramo bero kita wate timune enene ramo bero mukene radio ramo bero ponye madoke kom rom kibera terra mengo menero ni anyogi magwano purgi step weng chake ki kudine biene purne gwako kita mire ye kudi kwere pon pat weng ikuni tie kien ngo Ikin teach ma lo dero nyo lo teach mier go ti. Lo teach ka wa lo teach no chake ki ping wa na chake komuko. The office, CDO, agricultural officer. My sub county no jago itila detke. Jago benerne John go berke plan. Ma plan e nyuro maleng. Idok ti ma pat ma getiyo. Ma ikire anyoge ti kin ti cham ma pere tek. Pere anyoge ko chek kin payo o chek dok od botlo pu ma be. Ti na ma chel cham. Ma wana chel food security crop. Gang me pura nyo ye kej ber pere. Manyo de yelo rom me pura nyo ge mir bede kien gena chel ma pere tega de da. Na we ma wa pur ne na ke pur pole ma chama. Man na ka ye ke charo. Anyo ge be kelo chiling. Ke charo me pur rom ma be. Kelo chente bolo pu manyo ti kien kudi. Ma te amiane rom me pur ne ku chet malo. Piene jame mapat ki gena chama ke ken ka ke kwanya poka nyoge. Poka ne konyo pieto le. Konyo pieto gweni. Ma eno ne turni enti gena piere tek. Rome mier bed ma be. Gen ma miera wane ka yene piero. Anyoge ki gweno ka nyoge mo top. Ma dong tiki tuo manaka nen ki wane flat taxin. Makelu cancer. Gweno be chamo. Be don. Indiri ma nego gweno. Ichamo. Gini kui chane ma putie eno ne woke kom gweno ne. Be owe kom in. Pe chamo ki ya nyoge. Yani chamo ki kom ngo. Ki kom gweno. Utia neno gina watia wane kira pier tek kwere. Ibi no e rio, ibi no e tong gweno. En kui ma wati wache nene. Manyo le pier tek ni. Kawa e puro. Umirwa lop. Chek ma miete. Kawa bi kwanyo. Wakwanyi ka neke kome. Kawa bi mero rome. Berwa meidi. Rome. Kien ma miete kwere. Mangich eno ne wang do de ane getie. Botwa. Mageti sub county. Kibe dong na kanena wa pi bailo. Mene ane bailo ne kitiyu kwere. Watikilo de aro nyolo teach. Mamier go chero orare. Ke kom lok miero sto wa bet karato ne. Kar ki kare. Tika teach. Itika gwako jem ni sto ni ning. Kitim inspection. Wate kere pere. Ngan ma petika gwako na ka karbe. Chik tiye me wane in walor sto ni ko. Man date in ne wati kwere. Chaka ching tien pen piti alopu kita sto mi oti kwere. Sto ene wati mga. Waloro ko. But no kata ene bailo mana na nen wati wacho neni. Wega da chamo ke ken makicharo ikabirwa ubed maleng marwame no miete. Wanti ki dakta leo. Tawano ngege. Giti kien gang. Udi yede ene wen. Give me a phone. Me yot kom. Watiki dakta le. Makit le mo rio mo e kan mak ne kong miero nen. Chiek no pe ye ni cham rio ma pe ngo. Ma dakta nen. Any Roma agricultural officers bene. Ikine tiye jame eno ni mamier go team. Tij mo kere nong tiye eno ni mier wabet ke report mo wabera mine. Report wa me about council. Wa me about committee. New year. Mo kere wachwale ministry. Malo lo kom fu. Mangu chere trade. Men ne ada jame ma ruam ma watia wajne enene. Pia nyoge ne tika don. Kawa lo ruam enene ma watia wajne ne. Wapura nyoge maduong. Wakwo palwak wa obeloke. Pien down wa be ringa ka wela nyoge ki kwene ki Amuru. Watia chako ki goro kila moge. Nyingwa be yuak ne kay miera nyoge mabe chier kwene goro. Mapat ki puonj pa siatini ene watika yele ki project mukere. Adok det. Obeter mwaka det. Anyoge ti kien ma wa yero. Kien kudi ma mier wango. Wa yil. Rom me puro ne. Ki nero ne. Ada. Ukelo bena laga. Ikuo padano. Ukelo chilling ma det. Ma enong pe watia chiato. Watia nero ne kono. Le pu. Target watia en group lu fu. Kien ma naka nen go bera nyota ne. Ano miya ka dong wa yero group wo ka un piera det ki be mine wo puony un piera det wen era chiel ka dong pur manok miya bet eka angwen mano target tieni angwen e ka chek obe yobo be gwak ene rom ene ne ka ki kubo kilo wil ki wiloko wek olo kel ngo ala enebel po beter kare ka gumwa ber mabe non enebel chake chi petine neno watieni ka dong wachiero ene rom eno ne ngej mo dong tio mete mo be lobo gin make way compliance new standard. Manyo de pe lok me standard nyo kachaka matini. Ti lok ma pire tera de da. Iberwa kany. Ter no mierwa ket chwinywa. Wanyang. Ni standard enani. Mako bede puti maraj mobile ni. Wae yobo ni ning. Wek wachiate chuk. Madit. Nero wa madit tiene. One machala more watika bordering Southern Sudan. Magien pul chum ki wang gen wilo ki botwa. One emir wa pet gi. Gina gen wa peto gi bene peke. Pian watiki ngom. Malach. Roma betima bear. Terningo. Kawa yo pe wa tiu ma be wa tiu kita ki miero kere. Warama ndongo chok me chudane ma biyo ke diet bot wakan. Ni acha wa bero ke la diet ma wan kom ma diet me chok me juba. Utiete wa kita chok me juba ti kwere. Ki kama gi no ki jame ya. Guma raja wane karo borwa kai cher gam jam wa ki masaka. Jam mukana gam wa kitung bale. Langi madak ti ma ngom ki tiam ne. Jam magi wile kun bedak duong loy makwere. Abot wa kan. Manyo no wano pe ka teach matek. Mano ramo kelo jam mukane. Ko ber neno watieni la kuri chuk mati ngat wa enane mier wan bene nyingwa o winye. Tiene rompa jam wati marajo ki kalo wa kala ki cher ki gamo ki chien. Manyo ti meto rom pa cham ma mekwa. Pia nyoge ki ken. Kui enane dong gin ma dong kui ni enane Rachi ye loyo pa nyoge kiken. pool dong lawyer duju. And pool I don't cover one poor my lawyer. Yeah, more. And a queen in our pool my lawyer nyoge. There are then pool mo top my cake. You don't and queen my right my kideki. I tell Manyote to your chum to get a pair of tap. To walk with chum to get a pair of tap. And I tell local well, one of the kind. Ma kone no mi ri niang ma tot ma karne ka watie don ka biene lok me bai lo me gengo nyo balo piene ka wachar jo ma raj balo wachukwa ngata o ka welo ki mo bori pere ka dok chuk pe manyo ri chane be no pe wa mete ki belo chan rom wa mo ne no ne an kita wati kwere ne no tiam no pe kwan school no be pian chane pe yot kombe no peti mabe pian chane pe chambe peti mabe pian chame raj dek dogi manyote lok me rom pa jema wa porge tigi ma pier tek chatam kilok ma chek amirne agik dok tichwa you teach by local government ka kenyo kidong bor lo pu tichwa men me mobodai lo pu we go pu ma duong kidong mi upon le pu ka yen la pu we ka tim gen ma be chok ke la pon ma megi watiki lo ponye sub county ngor ko be na ti fele una research con malo e con gonen molo dero okay I start my one to you get a production department a town down on you fail my bear anti veterinary officer agricultural officer tia mone Dennis ma wa made a rome ko be dong teacher district agricultural officer Omio no eno bet kan tika chako mo kere pabo. Padaka lokom puro. Oil seed crop. Weko en pabo bel kwetwa. Tidong en tie makakawang en. Pero don bel ping. Research anti senior agricultural engineer. Ma watika miyo like lay people irrigation, small scale irrigation. Mange jomano knock mati gur ma be ker me chulo ne guno. So ene tika door ne irrigation ene kar mano ka kot pe nyoy oro irong pieto pot dek. Wa miyo equipment maduong kabir ma pat ma ben puto be mete ki miyo ne manyote ni en ti piere tek i department of botwa en bedo otwe ento TUP Amuru district wen is at around Berpen. So enone ye atamo lok maro metone pichawane nia koma kesa on Peter atie district production officer Amira Duaptal your bot do your apoy mate.
Thank you so much, our dear district production officer. Another big round of applause to our district production officer again. Hey, that one was, even if I didn't coordinate it, it just came smoothly. So thank you so much for those remarks, Mr. Komakech. It is important that our stakeholders here recognize that this project is looking at enhancing the competitiveness of our maize value chain. It has 3 objectives. 1, to build a capacity of the value chain actors to comply with the set standards. 2, to raise awareness among our value chain actors to comply or even appreciate the importance of adhering to these standards, and lastly to support the enactment of a maize bylaw both in the 2 districts of Gulu and Amuru. Yes.
Yeah, afoyo matek eno wanyane ifoyo to tala diet wa mobedo ka loko jimi madong peda aramo gonyo iye pat then nena loko kera bera kwelo ni ira we ngeo gena ka dongi neno ki kero kira cha ko ba kono gitiyo kede ko ba kono madugo ka cha program mo kana ba ti fut ngiti ga nywa ka tami kien gimana na ko ngakoro kan from her if that's it. First go from here. But if it is not yet, then we first. Dakika marom piero ang'wen gino mwani furu rem manok tia tamo pegen wa mete kuman ba apoyo lufuti kany maduong mwani enda ko bokonyo wa ke gonyo lep poyo matek ene leba chule yelo wa ko gonyo leba chule en
Foy.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our next session, which is unpacking the developed maize bylaw by Council Wilbrod to Hangane.
La dit ma ngeu chek ba gu cho chek be anyugi eni eno bibino che binywa ko kwedwa bylaw be breaking ye we waran yang mabe kire cheko bitiu kwere kire wor kwere che wan wen oi bergi kare men yang bien di eni tie anso tie state attorney me gulu kan enti kwedwa kan che eno bibino ka nywa ko kwedwa lokeni fo.
So, Council, I welcome you. Let's take insights from him, especially the fact that we have our councillors, our honorable councillors here. Let's take note.
Enti awajuni one to 12 honorable councillors mawatikan kala diti tika nywa ko kwedwa bylaw eni wati yugi kare ni me wanyo gi mogo machigu chigu mwatamo ni pere tek itwa chi kautie ko miyo ngechiero ni wano bir gi kare me penye.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Obutangane Wilbrod. State Attorney with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Among of you who were with us last week in Amuru. Oh. So what I'm going to present, it's what I presented last week. But now this time around, we are presenting it before members of the council, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yes.
So eno penyo wa ni ikinwa wati kanyi anga muberu ni ma entika temone gi Amuru chi anel dano mapol go ilu chingi chi wachi en gina chieli ene bi nyuru idwa ento apoka matin uberu tieni pien honorable members gitikin wakany.
It's a proposed bylaw which we want to put it before you, that if you're okay with it, you discuss it, you pass it. Then it becomes a what? It becomes a bylaw.
Enti waini check ma mere gichoyo. Gitamu ni be ento ki wego dite weng doi wiwa tutwale idlutela wa. Gino binero iye, gingiyo iye, ginuoyo, ginero kabe, chi, gin moko, chiki loko dugu chek, chiki chako tichwere.
So this draft bylaw has 18 sections.
Anyway, bylaw in tiki section, ma part ti iye.
The first page, as you're seeing it, of course, it is for local government. The district is mentioned as Amuru district. The sub-county is also mentioned. What I don't know, all of us are we the councillors of that sub-county.
Endong tika penyoni section ma chiel Nyuru Amuru district local government. Nyuru bewa sub-county kamantiye. Penye dong tiye ni jomatika eni weng gitie lutela magi agi area enuma cheki omako wie ma chiele.
That says yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So meaning I'm presenting to the right people. Now, the first part is on interpretation. Interpretation, we have the word council. We have the word district. When I say district, I mean that it will be Amuru district local government. When it comes to the council, I mean the council of Guru something sub-county.
Ginitia nen mabeg danwe. Anyway ni ginene ma chieli tika Nyuru Amuru district local government. Tiga Nyuru sub-counties kama bylaw enu biberie chi etamoni gine machiel interpretation machiel tiga logo kom Amuru district local government sub-county kama bylaw enu tiye gido engeyo beneni loki eni enete awajne bot jo marwate pien jone eni weng etigi biek etigi geni gi agi Amuru district.
So that is our section 1. From there we go to section 2.
So eruni be section ma chiel kadong wabichero section mario.
Section 2 is on the best give it to me here. It is on proper agroeconomic practices. The bit with this bylaw, it's what I'm going to discuss. These are the things that you do every day when you're planting your maize. These are normal things that you do, that you know. If we go to the proper agroeconomic practices, what do we mean? We go to section 2B. It says in this subsection, proper agroeconomic practices include early preparation of land. Who doesn't know that?
Edom te awai ni section Mario, ubelogo kit mawana fur kwede. Mawana eni weng eni ti ngej ni wan lufu, dong wangeyo bene kitu mero fu kwede, wangeyo ngomo bergira ngo, ti apejini angama pengeyo land. So chal lufu wana ti yugi ngom. Kumango?
Most of this one is always done before the rains start. Prepare your land in time. You wait for the rains to start. Then from there you do planting.
Ente wajaka in lufu, mafut kot po poro, wachako ki yubu poro. Mange ni wana eni weng nung wa yubu poro, ka kot do chwe, inde chako pero merkodi.
In that same section, it also talks about different ways of planting. You can use your hand, you can use a tractor, you can use any other method of planting.
And when they are wani section eruni, see, take a look, kitma wa fur ke fu, jong kene fur ki chingi, jong kene fur ki kweri diang, jong kene fur ki tractor, wa pero kodi wa iyo ma pari pari.
So that is the thing. I hope all of us we know that step. That will be our section 2 of our bylaw.
Ene eruni ene ti is section 2 me check wa me peranyugi. Kwa ko jeme eguni.
We got section 3. Oh, on that same section, first go up. On that same section, it also provides for the spacing. If you're planting your maize, section 2, if you're planting your maize, which spacing is recommended or required? We recommend that the spacing should be 75 centimeters by 25 centimeters.
Kawan wati pera nyugi, tia nyugi kirwa pero kere. Kine, umero bet 75 centimeter by 25. Ma one more pera nyugi ni atamani warange kumango.
And your maize should be in line, straight line.
Ana nyugi wa pa wa choya. One way to nyugi line.
Are you seeing? These are the things that we know, only that now we are trying to put them into a row.
En ginma wan wati moni, ichawa nung wati alakone tia dugu, ichiek.
We got section 3. Those who have questions for me, you keep on noting, you ask me at the end of the presentation. Section 3, it is on thinning of maize. Simple things that we know. Thinning that if you plant your maize, we know that after a period of a month, they would have germinated. Those which are weak, which are not good looking, you remove them from your garden. It is even at this same stage whereby you can even do gap feeding. But thinning is about removing weak plants or the ones which are diseased from your garden. That is section 3.
So one ka opera nyugi. Anyugi pole wakero nyiko da dek nyangwen. Ka kama chama tiye cham keni onyo karube kira beach kumango. Ka nyugu tui ini wori cheri poro ineno. Anyugi mau tui me ineno petika te maber twal. Ifuro. Iweko mau te mango ma utui mabe matigi ker mabe. Kidong kai pera nyugi kamu kene magono golo po te mango po tui era mu kene tui. Ini beru ki kare eruni me chero me pero anyugi mu kene weri utui umaklu woren.
From section 3, we got section 4, which is weeding. Weeding of maize. This weeding, specifically what you talk about, the something to note on that section is about if you want to weed using herbicides. Herbicides, these are artificial chemicals that you spray in your garden so it can kill the weed. Important to note is that the herbicides you're supposed to use are the ones which are recommended by Ministry of Agriculture and approved by UNBS. That's what you need to note on that section.
So ente awaini section ma ngwen tiga loke kit ma wana doy kwera nyugi. Icha mukene wati yugi yat mo ke por medo kumango yat mo ti yu kwere ni umero bet yat ma ministry me fu ti yegi ngej dok mogo ni yat eruni yat marwate gi doya nyugi ene yat eruni umero la fu uti kwede gidong dul madit ma kerustam ikum jemi moga ken magichar Uganda eni umero bet gi ngej unyo ukwedi uneni yat eruni tiyu mabe dul magiluoni UNBS ene ikerustam gi kadong ini chero iwelo yate ni tiyu kwede berondong beru charo check.
The reason why we say that you use recommended herbicides is that, one, if you use herbicides which are not recommended, one, you risk spraying your crops, one, they can dry, two, such chemicals are poisonous. Being poisonous, you will spray them on your plants, fine, they may do some work, but these plants will grow, they will put on maize, which will be consumed by people. Now, these would be the diseases you'll be seeing around because of using herbicides that are not what? Are not recommended.
So, NBT awajini chemical en mawana ti yu kwede me do ay nyogini ginu wa pere tek ni ubet chemical ma ministry ti yegi ngej ene pieni chemical mu kene ti raj ikum dano makaini ker kuma nyugi anyugi chek kwede ini chara nyugi eruni dano dok wila nyugi eruni gichamo kelu bal kelu tuo ikum dano ene wa pere tek ni iti gi yat ma chek ye ni giti kwede.
On that same section, section 5, fertilizers. You see the bit with the thing of what I'm presenting, you know these things. That's why my work is becoming more easier. These are fertilizers. Fertilizers, we have two kinds or two types. We have organic and inorganic. Inorganic, these are fertilizers which are made by ourselves. It can be farmyard manure, they can be mulches, they can be, say, cow dung, they can be from the goats. Those are inorganic, which are naturally made by us as farmers. Then we have inorganic, which one is that? The one which is artificial. In my opinion, as a farmer, I always recommend the one that is naturally made. Reason being that it is natural. It has no effects on our land. But if your land is not valuable or it is infertile, use artificial fertilizers. But if you are using artificial fertilizers, you also use fertilizers which are approved by Ministry of Agriculture and approved by UNBS.
Section B, section 5, ipen check ma megwa ni mako teach ke fertilizer. ma wan weng wang'eyo ni. So en te awacho ni fertilizer ti e ariyo. Ti achiel ma wayubo ayuba ki material murumowa machalo ched dhiang' ma wakero two ka wachiero waonyi porwa wati gi ched gweno ki jemi moko ma chalo we tiana nyugi gi ma wakero watwer onyone top loke dogo maniwa ci watiyo kwere poro kidong watigi man magi yuba yuba ni kono NPK gi kora nga gini ma wan ng'eyo gini ti iario. So en chalo en e miyo tambodwa ni pol kar cha wan lufu watigi jeme yo ni ng'etwa watiyo gi fertilizer ma wane wayubo wan ene ber twal ero ke tigir gi ng'om ma pecheko cham tutwal chi twer wilo moni magi yuba yuba ni ero ke wilo magi yuba yuba ni bene ikwede maluke gi chiek.
Someone can ask me that I'm mentioning fertilizers, herbicides approved by Ministry of Agriculture and UNBS. How do I know that these ones are approved? One, you have agricultural officers on sub-counties. At the same time, you have the same people on the districts. They have those lists. Those fertilizers and herbicides, they have serial numbers and they are well marked with the UNBS. So if you wish to use those, like how I'm stating, go to those two people. If you have an office maybe of Ministry of Agriculture in Amuru, you can visit it. If it is near in Gulu, you can visit it. But those, because it's a long list, that's why we cannot mention it here. We cannot say that here are the listed herbicides or fertilizers because it is too big. So if you want to get those that are recommended, go to those offices, go to those individuals whom I've mentioned above.
So la diti te awanyani herbicide ki fertilizer ki nga ni weng koni wan cha dufu eni wa waje ni ip ng'eyo ni ning ni eni ti matine ma wok gi ching jomo mero yubgi unyo keje en mani ma ivolo kwere dano ni en waje ni fertilizers egni weng tie gi serial numbers ma ker komgi gi stamp pa UNBS noti komgi kidong ka wanoni li en bene tek watigi lutich mo kwano fu en ma la ditwa en tie district production officer tikany agricultural officer tikany ini chere sub counties no chere district ipengi geno binyuti gifunyi ni li eni ene mabe chere ti kwere koman so pire tek ni wa no ngech keyboard joma tigi ngech makwa fu.
From section 5, it takes me now to section 6, which is about pests and diseases. What is important to note on pests and diseases is that all of us as farmers, we do face pests and diseases in our gardens. Of course, you're required to spray. But if you're spraying with which pesticides? The ones which are recommended. Now it takes me back to Ministry of Agriculture, UNBS. But on that same section, we say that if a person fails to adhere to use of recommended pesticides, he or she commits an offense. And that offense will be carrying 2 currency points or imprisonment of 2 months or both. That is section 7C. I think on that point, that's when all of us are like, now we are committing offenses on our maize. But that's how I came up with
En be nti awal ni section me namba bero. Ichiek en ba wonu binero ni. Beru bal. Kay nen ini chere welu. Laki yat menero kwidi. Batia bala nyugi ni. Che chere tiyu gi yat. Ma chiek pe ye. Ni ti kwede. Ino ite ubal. Donc ite ubal lero ni. Vuche tiye. Onyo food pere tiye. So food pere ni. Beru gin magiluo ni two currency. Fine. Onyo bene. Tuero beru. Terio ko iyangeja. Pidwe ario. Meno. Pitoro chiek. Metiki yat. Maraj. Mekiro. Tuo. Mekumanyugi nini. So ka eni dong. Tika biru mabebe. Oludong tijwa beri yot. Kumano. Pien jui. Du tij loka. Gira ginma gite miye kumepe. So dano. Peter ja gina perte. Eni dong check ba.
But bear in mind that whatever we are discussing here, it is subject to your discussion and approval in your council.
And
whatever that is not good for you and for your people, you can say, this one, let it be deleted. This one, let it be amended. So it depends on your discussion in your council.
Enti awajini, chiki eni, po bigak kirunti anayal na kwere eni. Eni gino weko, won komo me gur tikany, honorable councillors wengi tikany, lutela me district tikany, weki, enu bi nyuru kirati kwere ni, wunu nen, unyam, kamu tama no mir gimedu, kamu tama no mir gikwanyo gikwanyo, wek cheki eni, ucheru konywa kingang, metich, weko kela loka kwa ora.
I think we are done with that one. Section 7. Let's go to section 8. I'm trying to being brief because it'll be no 7. I'm trying to be brief because you'll be having much more time to discuss this draft in your council, and maybe with also some experts who can also come in and advise you accordingly. That's why I'm being brief.
Ente wajini ibi waru wiye, pien chiko bidong kwa edwakany. Wano bitero, isab counties mamegwa, wanyamo, ilevolwa, wanayano kama mira meda, kama mira kwanya. So, enbe waju wiye, pien ginu bidong boro, wana cherwa beru penka wangeyu iedong mabe.
Now, section 7, that's where now the quality of our maize that we are discussing about starts from. On that section, the moment you mishandle your maize on that part, that's when you start seeing how Sudan keeps on rejecting our maize, Kenya doing the same thing, and as we are still there, now we start hearing also other countries are saying maize from Uganda, we no longer want it. So this section is about harvesting and post-harvest handling of our maize.
Ente wajini inamba bero heruni, ene dong pen lok tika Kenyu. Weka nyugi wagigeo mechero. I Southern Sudan, piene no tigi mo time maraj. Kidme kwanya nyugi ki poro, gwagone, tuoyne, no gi mo time maraj. Weka wa Kenya, bene gukwera nyugi wa. Chi, lok ma pere tek ti Kenyu, gichoyo ko ti mabe ti Kenyu, wano bi beru ki kare, chuwa ngiyo ga chel.
So I'm going to read each subsection verbatim so that you can translate. So section 7a says, maize for grain purposes shall be left to dry on the cob or stalks in the garden until such a time when the cob turns downwards.
en bete awaji ni I namba chiel anyugi wani katika tuo poro wek wara ng'e ni anyugi ni do tuo maber anyugi pole ka do tuo kule dugu piny so ka do kule dugu piny dong wang'e ni anyugi tuo no do mero in rued anyugi icher kwa anyugi gi poro to kel gang.
Maybe before that, this one happens if you want to use your maize, one, for getting fra, porridge, and any other activities other than roasting. Because if it is for roasting, you can cut it at any time as long as you feel like it is what? It is mature. But if you're to do getting flour, let's say posho, a porridge, now you have to wait until these cobwebs have dried up and they are facing down.
Ente awaji ni eru me awaji ni umero anyugi do tuo poro mano wiyo kule pingi mero mere ma chama me moko nyoga gi kuon gi je mukene eto en mere en ba wayele kwere tenguri mia dini eni ni chere ba mere ke no do wiye do gin e jag mere jaga ti ikar kwere chu eto moni ma chara ni aye walugo en kin ma mere ni.
Then B says, for avoidance of doubt, maize stalks shall not be cut down before cobwebs turn downwards. It's the same as 1. C, where maize is dry, the cobs shall be removed and the maize stored.
Ente awai ni anyugi dong ka dong gitoro gikwanyo en kirna ila dit district production officer bera wajnen ke chere kala dima prison farm kachani ino anyugi gwanyo komeo chigi keru tingo gitoro gi ti dero giberu kumero kama be no ti tuolo we yamo timgo okot gi we otwo maber.
The same section goes ahead to talk about the ways on how you can harvest your maize. Hand picking, using tractors, or any other methods. But what I want you to capture in this section is on F. Maize shall not be dried directly on the ground, and a person Hello. Okay. F. Okay, that one. Maize shall not be dried directly on the ground, and a person who dries maize directly on the ground. Here we are meaning that, because now we recommend that if you're drying your maize, 1, put it on tarpaulins, 2, on a raised concrete ground, not on a bare ground. That's the input of F. That if you don't dry your maize in that way, 1, it will be contaminated by dust, 2, stones, 3, any other contamination. So we say if you don't do that, it also carries a sanction of 2 currency points or the imprisonment of 2 months or both. That is the input of F.
Aha, ala nera waji ruko awai gini te achero en. Ka endi dong ka ini to wara nyugi ki poro ibini moi dikal merata dong no ite ungo bal pien anyugi ke toro mirpe mo ingom man medical botwa kin gang chani o meri nung kema chi peri imo ki jo mogo chali gur cha kama per pa got cha ma chiku yo par bon en ti maleng itwer giri to ora nyugi ni cheri moy kum got kunu to mabe ero tere ker ngom in pe bo gichi ko yo kala dima dwe adi dwe ario unyoben wa gichu lwe ye so kama wati cherere nung dia cher kama bebe te iri mabe pian ka wati mistake walu fu jui wati kok ni chukpe nyu kilo mia ngwen mia bichel chuk tie.
You see, this sanctioning of saying that 2 currency points, the fine, the whatever, the aim is not about punishing us as farmers. The aim is to make sure that our quality of maize is improved so that the rejections we've been getting either are reduced or they are stopped completely.
En bete awajini chik tie me konyo pe me ngwinyo irwa dok malet twal kel la ten be ka balo itelo manok chi wa ye ni gini te oni raj ero pe no tie lo kai deg ngare ni so anyway pe me keru dok punishment matek twal ko wan fura nyugi ento me wego ni anyugi wani chuko betie weka iri furu bene inti fu ni ukel chene chi ichiri chari nung chene mabe we ukela la bene kwa
H, we said that drying of our maize, you should not use herbicides. Let it be sunlight. Because now some people, they always want their maize to dry very fast. So they get some chemicals to put in that maize so that it can dry very fast and be taken. That's wrong. Because now, one, you'll be the same person to consume that maize. Either you buy that same maize flour from whatever market you supplied your maize. The herbicides you used, any effect, you also have a part or you have a copy. So that's why we say let's leave herbicides in storage of our maize, at the same time drying our maize. Let it be on the sunlight. That is H. Same as if you contravene H, same sanction, a fine or imprisonment.
La diri te awaji be ok te no ene ni anyugi ti jo ken mano dong gwak cham ken gire ngaro kwili oni chuk mane dong ti ready piene mer chuk jan po kari ti yo gi yat mo ken ti twa anyugi yo mano be ne na poramo ti bin ke ra e kume cha anyugi twa en ti awaji ni pa wati mo eno ni anyugi roba ke ru cheng tie we cheng en twa anyugi eno ni we ben mabe ka in gi noi ka ti yat me twa anyugi porni piene imero char ne gidano noi te umbal meno bene due ario iye kacha era nge wan wo pe gi chene ma la nya me twa pien cheng kan liet ma ben nong pelar.
So at what stage or percentage do we say that our maize has dried up? The recommended percentage is 13.3 to 14%. How do you know that percentage? Some people, some farmers, most of these ones are the ones who buy from us, the buyers. They always have that machine which is called moisture meter. They come with that machine, they place it in the sack of your maize, they tell you, it is sealed down. Okay, most of the times they deceive us. Most of the times all the buyers will tell you your maize has not yet dried up. But to avoid all those, if you can get the moisture meter, you can always measure your maize to know that it has dried up. Then two, when we are in was it Amuru? Our person from Ministry of Agriculture told us that you can also use local methods whereby you can get a bottle, a dry bottle. Let's say like that, but he was using one of soda. You get your maize, you put it inside some few seeds, then you put it on sun. If the vapor comes out, you be sure that your maize is still wet. If there is no vapor, there you are sure that your maize is what? Is dry. So those are the two ways how you can prove that your maize has dried up.
Edbe te awajini, bacharo la fu, wange ni ning ni anyugi wa do tuwa. Chiek, wajini ka do, mayene biri ya moro, la tijmu agi, Ministry of Agriculture, mo beru kwedwa, eno bera wajini, yo ma wan twer tich kwere kingang, ene no chupa. Man chalwe me soda man ma beri bottle Pepsi pe man plastic chi I juba nyugi I onyi iye ke onyi iye chi ter wicheng chi neno kateke ngiju tia karo gi chupa tien loke ni anyugi ni diak eno kateke ngiju moy ken pe onyi anyugi ter wicheng ugak kumeno tien loke ni anyugi ni timu tuo kidong bene jo en magi biro ka wila nyugi borwani icham kene pien gingeyo ni wana ti iye peng kuja gimer ge kwalwa che girwa ko mere gini iye iwa anyugi ni diak icha ne anung patwer wilo ne chidong in pien ne miro chene wa inde konya kidong diak kidong mia dek inde me kilo ero kuno mukene ba nyugi ni no to ero mere tuk gi wi we wel me tia wa ne male I duok kong ping manok chi gi kwala wa ero yuari o ero ni ero wa twer tiker men yang ne nyugi wa ni to nyoko.
That same section, it also has a sanction that if you sell your maize that is below that moisture percentage of 13.3 to 14%, there is a fine. But even if you don't legislate on the sanction, that maize moment you sell it, it will be rejected wherever it will be going. That's why you see most of the buyers, for them, they will insist that your maize, either it is wet, let's reduce on the price, we take it. For us, we shall dry it. Well and good. But if it's that you say, I'm also a buyer, I'm taking the one that is below average, I can assure you that it could not pass that border to go to Sudan, or to not pass the one of Kenya. So to avoid all that, let's keep within that moisture percent. I don't think no one can fail to get a bottle to test his or her maize. Just get a bottle which is dry, put on sun with those seeds. You can easily see that they are dry or they are not.
Ero wajini ve ti bal ka ini cara nyugi badiak gengari mo bero tuju el tuju no yuai mo rekumi gila kare kiri pien ka wichero kujagi kwero chi no en di tuju bal ma currency ario unyo iangija due ario chi en ni mapir teke wati yugi loko chupa matikin gange wekwa pima nyugi wao konyo wa tutwal weko la wil pa be kwala wa kidong bene wa charo je mabe weko chuke be berutie pe yelo wiwa.
That is our section 7. For now, I wish I first stop on that section 7. We first get served with our tea, then we shall keep on discussing as you're taking your tea. But let us first get served with our tea, then I come in for other sections. Thank you.
Ente wa ide inge bere chamben ti twerwe. Right to food. Chi ero wa ikong wagi kaka en. Pia martinge wakacha. Ikong dano chero nong pia mara Ka dong wadu wa mai da section mo ko mudong.
Wa poyo matek, wa lego la diet, wa ko kiatwa ilega wa ko china pia mara.
Walego belo ba matwero ducho ye wek wano fui pe ma meri ma pelake meri wa ye ibiro mineno constitutions maromo konyo wa waberi ker machalo fu me wor ka chien koni dong watie ki pia mara nyimwa malo yub gi yubo ini ye lony gi tekni ma e polo ka watiyo kere umeti wang'ech gi kero wek wajol gum ducho ma wanoe kany wek wachiti kere maber walego e nying Yesu Kristo Ruodhwa. Amen.
Alego ni dong wachero ka no pia mara mati ing'ewa kakany apoyo.
Now, what should be noted in section 8 is that one, someone who owns a milling machine, either in that district, Amuru, or Amuru, whatever town council in that sub-county, such person or individual is supposed to be registered with the council. So a person is supposed to be registered with the council.
Ente awajo ni ke tigi chuma regu ma chiel omeri ineni inichone
And
we sub county more enu ma initi yeni.
And we believe that after registration, this individual would be issued with what? A license.
Kai chone lutich pagamente me sub county enu ni magiloy lokum jogo muchoro gube mini trading license.
This license is same as like how you have, if you have a shop in town, you'll be having a license for your shop. If you say you have any business in town, you have to register it and you get a license. Same as with the milling machine for maize. You should be having a license with the council and registered.
Gimoke ken ko ni charo dukan, ko ni charo yad mele, ko ni charo jemi mefu. Chik wajo ni umiri chone ichul pire gimoke ken me gamu chene yegi chingari. Eru nungiluani biachara. Biachara tien loke ni wek ingi ye timo atie umiri nene kama initi ye ni area meti ye ni. Sub counties meti ye ni umiri chone gimini gin magiluani trading licenses. Man bedo konyo wa gijo mo ni magi wenen. Pa umiri chulu muchoro ero umiri bera gamu chene gi ching luaki. Or yo ti achero ka gik.
So that is section 8. Mostly it's not about for us, the farmers, but I think it is for the dealers, people who deal in maize, those who have milling machines and those who want to pack maize. But we should note here is that if you have such machine, a milling machine, if you're fumigating it or you're spraying it maybe to remove some that and whatever, you're supposed to follow guidelines which will be issued by the council. The council which I'm talking about, it is you.
Endong Jimmy ma initi kwereni omeri look check binogi kwene check binogi I council kama sub county niti yeni owekene alu diru ni giti kanyi pien ene lu taila mamekwa magichung pewa I council me guruguru unyo council me la mogi kama lufuti yeni so check eni council ka mogo check eni mer one luak ma lu taila eni chung pewa ni wanen wa waro check eni dok watiyu kwede.
So that is section 8. We can go to section 9.
Eruni en section 8 giru kenyo wa bicheri ma bungwene.
Now that one is about dealers in maize. Those are the people who buy from us. Mostly.
Eruni cheko bimago pol joma gibino botwa ka wilu anyogi joma gitigi store joma agi gulu gichero botwa char kuja kagola nyogi ene chekeni ubekeme kwedi.
I don't know if that section will be applicable to you, but being now honorables of your people and being a council for Amuru, you'll have to discuss about and you see if it is appropriate. But it says every person dealing in maize on a commercial scale in the sub-county, in your sub-county, shall have to register with the council.
Wan watie I center ulwal bot wakacha. Ge iamola ila kacha. Watigi joma tigi produce stores gitie ko. Jone tiewe. Jone ni kama tikin wakany mafutpo onyo mchoro. Teki dok itap la sub county. Ichiri chichoneo muku mini trading licenses choneo weri sub county me gurguru nyomela mogunge ni ini tie katimu business ati dok atie kamaleng.
Yeah, I'm talking about people who buy in retail, wholesale, people who have stores in your sub-county, as the dealers. In our recommendation, we are saying, let them be registered with the sub-county, with the council.
Eni wati alogo pe warati ki jom kair machar ba nyogi chuk kumango wati ki jom kair magi tigi store ma megi ma wila ogi center ulwal kunu nyo center gurguru nyo kamoni giti jomoni ma bene giti agent pa jomoni magi agi gulu ter chene weko borini a ini wili ratan makuman jone ni mergo bedo kachielo kuchet kuchone ko sub county.
But this section also again is subject to your discussion as the council for your sub-county, because it goes back to you. Either you can say, this section, according to us in Amuru, it is not applicable. No, we don't want it. Or, if you need it, that's how I drafted it. That is section 9.
Ente awajani kirna nena wachu wiyatiri. Cheke eni gichoyo ko maleng gi wek chingu uno beru gi kare mengiyo iye mere matiyu botwa I Amuru unyo petiyu ka uno ni ikine moni perwata tutwal gi community ma wana te tich kwedgi chibeno beru gi kare be wajni li eni aneno chalo gi kwanyo watwer maido eni kako uno ni tiyu bene cho weko kiriti kwede.
Section 10.
Let's go to 10.
Section 10, provisions on agro inputs dealers. Here we are saying that whoever wants to deal in agricultural inputs, selling seedlings, herbicides, pesticides, everything that deals in agriculture, such person should be registered with the council.
Ente awai ti jong kere ma gicharo jim mefu giti bodo ben sub county gacha no yabu gere dukane ero no wa sub county be penge ni ngari tie inde woro ne mo me ti pale center de no me dukante mo pong so kori jonel ni omer chiri choneo I sub county ma wego ye iri ini team business ni area eruni.
When such people are registered, of course, as a council, you have to use them with licenses to operate in your area.
Machalo council mer kuri joma kirenu ka dongo chore wane yang nengi tie wami gi trading licenses pian gendi te biachara genu chol sub county we kwa meda nyim.
So section 10 and 9 without diluting what I was supposed to say, but those two sections, I believe it's one way of how the council can get money or taxes. But that's not our interest. But if you look at how they are being structured or how they are legislated, registration, license, that's one of how the council can what? Can get money.
Ente awai ni pen chiek me nama bungwen gi nama pa weng en neno chalo bere tima miero twal pien eru ni ene yo ma council twero no kwere be revenue eto gire eni pe mirine eto eneno ni bene yo mabe ma wego sub counties nyo council kawa registering joni gichulu muchoro chi medo tegi chawa.
Then section 11 is about transportation. How should our maize be transported? Which type of trucks? During the transportation, how are they supposed to be maintained? Here I would recommend that we say that all persons transporting maize in the sub-county shall do so in accordance with the guidelines which should be issued by you as the council, including transporting maize and maize products in a leak and dust-proof manner. Here, what do we mean? We are saying that if someone is having a truck, one should be clean. When this maize is parked on that truck, this maize should be covered, not to get contamination from dust. 2, we have a tendency whereby that this maize, when it is put on the truck, also people sit on top of it. That is part of contamination. If the maize is put on the truck, whoever was loading or off-roading, either should sit inside but not on top of the what? Of those sacks. That's what we are recommending here.
En beren te awaje ni I pen chiek mena ma para chien logo ikit ma wan wa chwalo kere anyugi wa ichuk ka unu ne yo amor mutaka moe ken mutiute no wieti tuolo kumango no dano beru eri wieri piara nyugi da yom ko ka beru wie ker mutaka chanye indok pe winyu twal enu ni chiek pe ye dong mutaka mo bitiu te chala nyugi gi machara gini umero bet te ke ken ka unu bi beru bera nyim te ni bene wie mero gi covering o mabe pien eru ni kai we wie tuolo ma chiel yo ma mor wuru nan kera fati kwere pebe yo amore ken kamaten wi cher gikie ti afwa ma agi ten yoni donyo en kuma nyugi eru ni no tika nyai bal tika meru bal kuma nyugi eru ni gidong ka korungu gi wa yo diju wa yela ti chik wajo ni te mo bitia nyugi eru ni umero bed truck mo bitiu ni umero bed truck ma wie ti covered ubed bere na nyugi kene dano po bedi wie ke bi bed gi iye anyim bo driver kacha eru ting te kene so eru ni ene ti kin chik ma wun chalo tela me sub county ngi iye meru chik na ma para chiel ma kwanyu lokom transporting gi achama to twale anyugi.
I wish to first skip section 12. We shall come back to it later after other sections. We got section 13. Section 13 is about creation of committees from village to the parish to the sub-county and beyond. We say that the council shall establish a marketing committee comprising of the district commercial officer, a person representing millers, a person representing traders, a person representing farmers and consumers.
Check dama para dek pen check dama para dek tia loy kom kit ma dul ma loy chat ge wil Umero gi ye gi kwede. Eno chako ni nama chiel umero be district kama so officer. Kado binu ikom luchat. Umero kwany ngar chiel beri kingi. Lafu mafura nyogi ni bene. Kin lufu umero gi kwany ngar chiel beri kingi. Kadong bene wan jo malu cham neni mergi nong be ngar chiel oberi kingi ene jo neni go beri kin committee maneno lokom chat gi la regu ngar mo na neno wa itikanye en tigi chuma regu en tia chung pilu regu kin gi bene mergi ye ngar chiel ma en chung kin milas en ju beri kin committee chan.
We believe that committee will be the one in charge of marketing over maize. That representation, as a council, you can increase on the number of representations. You can say 2 farmers or maybe 3 farmers. You can say 2 traders. You can say how many meters, depending on how you discuss during your council meeting. It is still open.
Enti awaje ni kakar chanu dong ti tuolo en mero awaje mero wiye so munu tiero ber peng kau na ne omer lurego bet gana bich bal mope kau na ne lufu beno bera bich bal mope uye marwate gitamu ento wiye gen mer gi miu sampo kire ginu mero nen kwede yen jore ni tiju beru meno chuk en ma nyugi ma wunu tiga furu nene.
Then, section 14 is about someone who obstructs or tries to stop a person who is enforcing this bylaw. That such a person, if you obstruct or you stop or you try in any other means of obstructing a person enforcing this bylaw, you are liable to a fine, 2 currency points, imprisonment of 2 months, or both, like any other sanctions I've been talking about. You fall on that section.
En be te awaje ni ipen chik me namba 14 te awaje kama leng wan kin gang kany watigi lutong twe joma cha weng bere bet be wang luak anti chera mako kelemen pen kelemente tor chik ete noni muku birakaja chero chi geo nge kelemente so kali enu time chik po be wego la dit muku gi kwanyi mere iye chi bedo go dwe ario onyo bene chulo fine me 2 currency onyo ikirario eni chula chiel onyo ga pe chi bene weng pere no in itiga geo jo mero titiji me lugo ni chiek daru lugo kin gang indo ti mero bedaria ti kay ni mero bedaria gamera kong chako gi in me mero bedaria ni kawa wara nyim.
That is section 14. Section 15, it is self-explanatory. It simply says that a person who grows or deals in maize in the district, okay, that is now the sub-county, shall not willfully contaminate the maize produce with stones, dust, droppings, or rubbish, or any other kind of contaminant. This one is, on face of it, self-explanatory, that if you're dealing in maize, don't contaminate it with any of what I've mentioned.
Eni ente awajiri tika maleng mada iriti pera nyugi machara omer de ti mabe ni anyugi ni me ti perne machara ni iwego ben mabe ben maleng wegi ite chuk no ge welo gin maleng eni pedak mere dok gimoy ye enong je mo mer beri wi pien intention itieni merifu we chari chuko betie che wa we ben maleng.
Then B says that if you contravene the A, again you're liable for a fine, 2 currency points, 2 months imprisonment, or both. Then C is that the council, in its wisdom, if it sees that this maize has been contaminated, the council has power to seize and detain such maize before it goes into the market.
En ben te awaje ni ka chen ngur ma winye ni abola Alfred ya nyugine ni baga chiel mo onywena ko kanso tigi kero ka guniang go kwere guniang mabe ni anyugini ni peko tiye kanso tigi kero me wa jadin anyuge ni pete kabalo nyeng wa chuk kay bini kele gwako kai ti gi jogo ino pe chara anyugini ni gi bino gi kero wa ino ke chero I checking udojo mengeyo ka gimo maraje ni tiye chike kwanyo gidong bene ka dong be guniango ni timo gine ni pien chiek time telo idano pe dong ge waje meni abola sore merwa ge pe charo piero no gine ni gunia chiel raj ini bi cher vuj pe temo gin ma ini temo eno ni.
We got section 16. 16. Now this one is for the buyers who buy from us. That these are supposed to use the recommended weighing equipment. Most of the times we've seen scenarios whereby these buyers come to buy our maize when they are weighing equipment or weighing machines have already been tampered with. You find you have your maize, you're sure that it weighs 100 kilograms, but when this guy puts on the weighing equipment, your maize weighs 95. Now, it's a duty of you as a farmer to be sure that this person who is buying your maize is using a right weighing equipment. How do you know it? One, it is already supposed to be approved by UNBS. Their machine, I think their weighing machines are always checked every after 6 months. And they are given certification and maybe some stamp. Without that stamp, don't allow him to weigh your maize. Or you can say, I also have my own machine, it is also here. Let's see which one is correct. So that's the input of section 16. That whoever is buying your maize should have the recommended weighing equipment.
Lok do tuj makoma ni ena dong kama jui dal no ye parakin gang loyo. Ini chero no giri iye legi soya bin ni money. Ke gang no ngeyo ni ka baba di kumani umero tel kilo makuman. Ero ini o kuja wabana ne nyer tika tuwe gin malo. Telo ki chie kong nero ka ruate level lemon. Jaga nyugi ni iye. A nyugi ba umero tel kilo 100 ko ni winyi piar bungwen wi abich. Ini jawe ana pi mugini ni janwe. Kilo Arate piu na ki chiango, ate piu na ki kilo. Kenyo era dong kama ki kwale ewan. Kuman ko? Chiek wajo ni ngat mo ke ken mo bichero ka wili kingang store ka wila nyugi. Omero obed gi stam ikom kilo la pim. Mano gi bolu diru ni. Na nyeren. UNBS. La dita ere koni wachu star menu ni umer gidini kome chi ke ne ngar ti star menu ni kom kilo ne chi nge ni kilo ere ti mango matia ti ka te ke gino ngari enu ni bai ti akwalo dano meru bene bal ka gino star pe kom gina ne no eni la ko in bene twer bedo gi kilo ni gang mano ikelo bot jone ni gudini yeo chike ne kwali ok men wa mer an bera wor gi mega ko ngote men eni apoka ikine inyutire bai jala dit nen stamp ti kome mega ni jone no pimu ka pe mer kelo lok maduong atamu ti mega ni pien megi ni stamp pe kome ti wegi anyogi mo gi pimu gi pim marwate gi kilo kiriter kwede.
That is section 16. As simple as it is. That's why when I was coming up with this bylaw, I tried to use the simplest English which all of us can understand. We go to section 17, which is about storage. That one I'm going to read it the way it is. Maize harvested from gardens and maize for sale shall be stored in appropriate stores that meet the recommended standards specified in guidelines issued by the council, including standards relating to ventilation, fumigation, and moisture.
La dirite awajo namba para bero I pen check tika mako lok kirwa gwako kere anyogi wa isto wa mekin gang pijari kirwa na gwako kere ni anyogi kaba bi keri yeni umero ruate ke rom money masab county bi kar kwede ni anyogi ka keru kuman twero beru mabe yamo bene umero bet kama yamo koro kirina la district production officer bera bolu e kala de ma fam kachan umero bet kama yamo koro ya nyogi gidong anyogi chamo kair wana taman umero giket yar kome jo moni tie magi kiro kai keti workstone tiki peko achama duong tie joma tie maguchone ene giluong gi gubin guki yat mer ya manyae ni pe ni chet mer ini kumi che cha ker na ta mano be pe roko gi mo che yonge no wen ye kelu pere kumi
On also this section, what should also be noted is that if you're storing your maize, don't use chemicals. Store it the way it is. Make sure your building has good ventilation. That in case you want to fumigate your storage facility, you get a registered fumigator. People who know how to spray such storage equipments.
Ero wache I store ma ini pikero ni wang diricha merubete mabe kama yamo puero karo ikum anyogi me store mabe gidong bene foti ano en lo achele ni ka gimero kero yat mo merupeti ki chemical ma makelo pa kum dano en well en te awai ni jo magi kero jemen kono ni ulik ti dan wol kono ngongo kini jo nen gitie mano kuchone gin gitiu gi yat e guni me cher kar ya mera nyai mone no matika yeli ni ero gitiu kwede mabe ero pe in cher wil mer chemical ya store ni chama duong chi bini mak ini kumi no itoro check.
Then last but not least, enforcement of this draft bylaw, which I believe to be a bylaw when you pass it. This enforcement starts from village level, LC1, parish, sub-county, up to the district.
Ente awaje ni ipen chik me nama para bor logo kitma tich umero tine kwere tich eni chaka gi bot LC1 me village ni chero LC2 i parish kupe chero kwere bot wai sub county pen by lo gig i level me sub county kado cheri district lokai dugu district ordinance so en ma megwa eni 40 gig level megwa me sub county.
We are saying that in that enforcement we shall be having compliance teams. We are saying that at LC1 we shall have Eco Council Chairperson LC1. We shall have the Secretary for Defense. We shall have now a model farmer. Those are 3 people. But if you wish in your discussion, you can increase on that number. On LC2, on parish, a compliance team, same thing. A model farmer, LC2 chairperson, and the parish chief. The same committee, compliance team can also be increased in what? You can say, let them be 2 farmers, LC2 chairperson, parish chief, and any other person. Sub-county level, we shall have the extension officer, the ones that we have. We have the community development officer, sub-county chief, secretary for production, the health assistant, and someone from dealers of maize. Those are the teams that will be responsible for enforcement of this bylaw. At the district, also it is also down there.
So gini ti kamaleng mere kamaleng jau gom chi pa gin padiel. Oworo mere from LC1 obiru kere gikaru gimabebe gikaru a model farmer ti ye. Weka jimi ti cherka bale no giti anyono ti anin pien ine no dong la fu ma dit loy gi village enu ni mir pe ye ni je bale cheko word mabe. So kadongi agi kenyu gibiru i parish level no LC2 ti kenyu ino secretary production be ti kenyu parish chief be ti kenyu so no jemina ti mamonya do biru malo ka en i sub county level lo dirwani dong weng no tie the technical wing no weng tie jemi no beru mabe pien extension worker extension officer no tie a community development officer tie a sub county chief no tie the secretary production mano lawyer fu the office ba won koma dek no tikin jone enu ni ngara chiel la chu pa wang lu chara nyogi gwai unyolu fura nyogi no ti erin ikin jone ni maka ku beru ping ka choka ge no jemi weng waragonya i district level bere tie en kire gi chan ko ti ping kono wunu be beru gi kar mena ne weng ka me etamu ga chele chele.
So that is the last section of our draft bylaw. First, take us back to section 12. Section 12 is on offenses and penalties. I'm going to read it the way how it is. A person who contravenes any provision of this part for which a specific penalty is not provided commits an offense and is on conviction liable to a fine not exceeding 2 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 2 months or both. B, a court which convicts a person under subsection 1, it should be B, not 1, shall in addition to the penalty revoke the license of the person convicted.
Lockdown T and can you dong kaba dong check dong chao ne ni ma be tek che ini porro ikin check eni menen ki chwali ko e kot koro chero piro ben kumi gino ni ada la diti utemo bali eni ki chwali ko ben iye inge duguni ki iye kunu kauno ini do itila chat ma ditu twal gi senta gurguru umera la mera jimne po beru yotiri pien macharo sub county court bi kwanyo trading licenses magi minio pegi biye in metemo biachara i sub county me gurguru matwal pierno in pay lugo check magamente ukeru.
That's the end of my presentation on this draft bylaw. But remember, whatever we've discussed or whatever I've presented, it is subject to your discussion as the council. You can make amendments, you can make additions. This is my draft. So it's upon you to discuss about it and you pass it to a bylaw. Thanks for listening. If there are some questions for me, they are welcome.
Laditi udolo te yope ko maleng mada ulwa ko chiao chiu chwalu gini botu machalo wan machalo kanso machalo tela palwak gini gidwa ko botwa kamo miti o medi ke reti chingu kamo miro kwany ke reti chingu en utia ko mamege uker botwa uberdong tichwa menero ni wayubu kamo miro yubu ne wa kwanyu kamo miro kwanyu ne wa mer kamo miro mer ne mane ni weng ber pi bere pi luak me gurguru luak me lamugi luak me Elegu luak ma Amuru district wek waneni anyugi wa pagi geo wanu ti ngom ma chek chema be chuk ti bor wa chok la ni mule ke doker kwija waneni wati yugi cheke ma be weki wa mogi wa cha konyo lufu wa en beno magiro wa ni kala pen motie kare ti tuolo in imi pen bore en be gaw maluka gi chek. Yes, honorable.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, for giving me this chance. I thank our council for coming up with this draft bylaw on maize production. I'm a Rob Kalementa. I represent the workers in the district council Amuru and also a farmer. Now you have elaborately issued out sections in different areas. In as far as this bylaw is concerned, my emphasis on section 6 that talked of pests and diseases. And I've not heard, if not anything, because this one will first of all go to the sub-county council so that they scrutinize and dissect it properly. The provision, if you may add, for varieties of maize, because this time we have very many maize varieties. And in the past, we were having other varieties that are resistant to climatic conditions. Maybe can also be included that the farmers can also get advice from the extension workers. We have the agricultural extension workers in all the sub-counties, so that they advise the farmers on specific varieties to be chosen. And this will also limit the use of maybe spraying using other chemicals. Then two, I would also mind of a section to be created that covers these areas of cooperative. Because all this what you are presented, it caters for individual farmers with their individual stores. And I would propose that if a section is created for cooperative, because we as farmers, we are exploited simply because we are not in cooperative, we are not in groups. After your production, you look for market yourself. And when you are under cooperative, and I want to say that in Amuru district, you have very many stores that are redundant. Very many, very good, beautiful stores that are redundant. Now, if we have cooperatives and it is functional, those stores are fully equipped with the goods, they can also create market committees among the leaders of those stores. And there can also be other committees that will be in charge of market research, so that they are not exploited, they're independent, they will select who should come and buy their goods. So those two sections, one on varieties and two on cooperative, I request that should be inserted so that the sub-county council can scrutinize and go over it properly. Thank you. Okay, then lastly, I have seen these two currency points. I have failed to interpret it. Currency point, chila di kani do ngani cheno en fine danga report piend en baga wange bana. Yes, afoya.
For total honorable.
Thanks for those good questions, and at the same time you gave me answers. Like how you propose that we register on the section of varieties of maize and also on cooperative societies. I believe that honorable members we are listening. This one is a draft. They can still discuss about it, and if they are okay with it, they can include those two sections. This one is a draft. They are the final people to discuss and pass a bylaw. Are we clear? So you've been noting in your discussion as a council, those two sections you can do what? You can bring them up. Two currency points. Because I've been mentioning it throughout the discussion. Two currency points. I never mentioned the amount of money that each currency point carries. Reason being that I believe that you people of Amuru, now you the councillors and whatever, you know how much your people on ground can afford. A currency point, most of the time is always between 20,000 to 100,000. So depending on your discussions in the council, you can come up with the amount which you wish that each currency point can carry. That's why I never mentioned any amount of money. I left it to you. Because this one is a draft, it is to discuss and pass it out. Thank you.
For la ditu berkadok ila pen pa honorable mau loko pije Mario anyogi ichawani dong Paul type duong ti berga wajani ka gitwero keru section mo ichek ma weka wonderful pole wabirun ka no tam gibot extension workers makemu type pa nyogi mere mabe
magi du fu twer pirne gidong beno wai yam chon no anyugi ma tieni anyugi ma kanyu cheng kanyu ping ma pegi kiro gatata mer ginu bera lok ye gido bera lok pi cooperative societies ne walufu eni weng kauno waripe un ka chelo wati ki pien ke wor yo amor ka chati odi magamenta gedo ma NGOs mo kaen bo gedo gitam ginero ni ginero no twer konyo walufu ka wafuru chwa choko cham wa cher wa ker iye ka wa yeju chuk ento gigu maraj dog store ni ke wor ye no be ma pe ti ente tawon ka no dulu bin ka chelo wati yugi en stores magi yubu gini we ko konywa ti dong la ditu dog loke ni chiek eni gi mogo mere gi keru mere gi nyuru kit ma gi timo kwede tie draft tie loke ni gi yego mere tie ugage level money ma kamoge ken me twero meru ne chiek ye iri gero nyuru mere kiru bi beru kwede kire nen kwede ti dong gidwa ko dite dong iching wan lutela palwak kamwai beri e sub counties ba megwa i council ma megwa wanyamu kama wanel ni meta ni giket gi money kakare ti kere idwa metimo ngo me keru ne so gin ma eno penyo ni we ko twere chingwa ni ka wana dogi i council ma megwa wana twer keru jim mago murem mo mer keru ne ni ti wa passing nyoni wa yenu chak tiji ti dugu chek megwa ti dong tij wa be beru me ner ni chekeru ni ki ker tij kala peny mo kena tie uye agam we ko gam kako wan yang mabe chi okay
Thank you, moderator. I think there is one question which he has not answered about the currency, two currency. What does it cost? At least the 2 months is clear when somebody is convicted. I think this is what everyone is talking about or is reasoning about, because that need to be interpreted clearly. Mine is on section 2 about the spacing that is in the document. It's saying 75 by 25. Yeah, it's close to what we have as our standard spacing of maize. Normally we have to. We prefer spacing to be 75 by 30, and you only plant 1 seeds per all. And you can also do 75 by 60 centimeter, and you plant 2, whereby you find that the majority of the farmers prefer 75 by 60, because 30, 1, sometimes takes a lot of time. But all those spacing, I think those are the standard that we recommend. For those who are doing machine, they even do 60 by 30, and they plant 1. Especially when you go to the commercial farms. For them, they use the GPS, the spacing is always standard. They do precision. And we have some of these farmers in the districts. But for those who are doing manual, those are the spacing ways I think they should be guided on. Then also on the weeding, the use of herbicides. I think we have lists. This can capture maybe the use of herbicide or pesticide even when we are spraying. There are herbicides which, when you spray, they take long in the soil. And some of these are prohibited, not allowed to be used. But I would encourage farmers majorly to use manual weeding rather than going for pesticides or herbicide to control the weeds. Then also we have pests, which is very notorious in maize, and it is common. The fall armyworm. It is still common, it is still there. It is in the country, but we have two types of pesticide, insecticide. There are those ones which is contact, and there are those ones which are systemic. Systemic means when you spray, it enters into the tissue of the plant, so that when these worms come and eat, they get, poison from there. That one can stay very long to maize. So those are some of the pesticides when you are spraying, you need to know the precaution, how long. Normally they take 2 weeks or beyond. But the contact, when the worm is there, it attaches, it kills it there, and then it doesn't enter into the maize maize tissues. So these are some of the guidance, the list that I think all the agricultural officers should have them, so that the farmers are informed. Not only the agricultural, even the input dealers that who are giving this pesticide to the farmers should be able to provide the information to the farmer, so that farmer knows what he's using to avoid contamination of the product that we are targeting. Yeah, basically that is that. Then on harvest and post-harvest handling, I think this one, we should not only consider drying, even handling from the garden. You should not harvest your maize, remove the cover, then you throw it again on the soil. It will still cause contamination. There must be a container, a clean container, even during transportation from the garden to where you are going to keep them or store them. So these are some of the areas that I feel I give some of the comments as far as, otherwise we appreciate the document is covering almost all the key area, which we also need to embrace and scrutinize some of those. Then there is one element which you mentioned, which is very common in Amuru: contamination, adding the weight. Sometimes people even they shock the maize which is dry, so that the kilogram increases and get a big amount of money. Or sometimes put the white stone which resemble maize, so that the weight is increased. This is not only maize, even on millet, even sim. So these are serious areas that I feel the penalty should come very strongly, and we avoid such kind of, contamination. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I'd say that the currency point, it ranges from 20,000 to 100,000. So if you say that if you say a currency point in your bylaw would be, let's say, 100,000, meaning 2 currency points would be 200,000, depending on how you discuss it. Or you can even increase it. You can even, it has no limit. You can even increase it to 500, depending on what you want. These other points which he has mentioned, they are correct. That's why I implore you that during your discussion, when you're discussing this draft bylaw, you will need such experts who can tell you more on the things to add in this bylaw. Why I was saying that 75 centimeters by 25 centimeters, I think that's what I got from Minister of Agriculture. For them, that's what they recommend. And if you look at also section 2, all of it, it also captures the other one you've mentioned, 60 by 30. That's why I was just mentioning briefly. But if you look at it, all those are captured. But thanks for those good comments. If you say that you need strong penalties, the honorables are here. They can do it. Instead of saying 2 months, for them they can say 5 months, depending on what they want. It is them to pass. So the ball is in their hands, as the councillors. Thank you.
For it, la did council. Ogamo la pen ba la did honorable Kelementa Openyo ke la did district production officer meda ekom two currency en kirmana nena waje ni cheki gikeru itwa bidugi chingwa wana wa medo pienen wachi ma chen viati ma pa aduoke ni o wajo ni en pe twero keru ne pien pe ngeo keru pa luak ma wunu telo gini tini ning ikit me ngolo wel chi eni cha no clearing maleng ni gini dugu botu wun chao honorable members ka uberu ping chu neno wel maka gi keru olu tamani twero telo idano pien la bal mer giteli re ka weke utim jim mabe yunge kidong en beno wajo ni ka unen utia ngiyo ibailo eruni owek joma tigi experience nyoni gi ngech machalo district production officer, extension worker, agricultural officer go betie meneru kodi mamete onyo yat mere mo meru ti kwere we ka tu keru close eruni i section money eruni genno gitie gi guiding un keru mer gitem kwere pieri ne chawani la ditu keru 75 by 25 but district production officer tigi other opinion manyuti en gin kirerni ene wamero wek chekwani ukati mano ti clear. Alright. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one thing. That is on section 8, you talked of maize meals. Now, under this section, because this time even government is heading towards value addition, and if masses it have not specified the type of millers, but there is need, and I believe we have good enough, even the chairman 3 is here, who is the head of council. They will specify in their deliberations, because this time as farmers we are making losses because we sell maize as maize. But when we add value, and we may get surprised when we hear of the name of these big machines, that they are not expensive. Even government have under UDB for registered businesses. Farming is also a business on commercial scale. If you have a cooperative or a group and you have registered it, you can apply and access this money under UDB, buy these machines, so that now maize, we don't sell it as maize. We add value and we will sell it expensively. And during this plenary, they are capturing it in their council. They will specify properly. So value addition is very important. This is what I've forgotten. Thank you.
Asante sana. Amero eno di oberu tam ma honorable medu ma chek cheki ikom lugine ma wanyamo ni So we ber gi kare me ner ngo ma gitimi ye.
Thank you so much, Council. How are we? Are we sure we are good? You didn't raise questions. But anyway, during the council meetings, I hope that these questions will keep coming, and then we'll be able to delineate how this bylaw will be implemented, but also how you will inform the development process of this bylaw. But otherwise, I would like to thank Council Wilbrod. Please give another round of applause to Council Wilbrod.
Asante sana. Atamli any bear. Come on. Yes.
Okay. So I think our energy levels are getting low, but we are getting there because we are getting to the next session. But I would like to warm up. Please, everyone stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Left hand. Left. Left. Right. 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 And also right leg. Right leg. Right leg. Just lift your right leg up. Spin it. Spin it. Okay, left hand. Spin your right leg. And spin the right hand the other way. Can you do it? Okay, let us pick mangoes. Pick mangoes up. Pick mangoes on the side. On the side. Pick mangoes down. Be careful. Down. And eat the mangoes. Whatever you've picked. Thank you. Thank you. You can sit down. Thank you for eating those ghost mangoes. So we are going to our next session. And it will be led by the team from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards.
Kamadong way cher yeni. Wati cher robot dulma neno standards nyoni be beru pa Jimmy Weng mawacharo mawachamo gene dongo bibino chege mer gnyak kwedo machegu chegu.
Our colleague David is here, but the importance of UNBS is because it's the body mandated by the government to regulate standards in the country.
Enti awajini duli eni pegitek tutwal kinwakany pen enti janga menta chiel magi miyo gi keru mene ni Jimmy Weng en ma ini ner gi chuki ke cher ka wil mapat gi chuk madit me ne podek gi ngo gini.
So the body does not only regulate but also enforce.
Gen tiji tie mene ni Jimmy magi charo ni Weng ti rom be berno mero ber mala mal gidong ben tiji mario ti mene ni chiekeru ni dan lugo.
In fact, they highlighted a number of issues where one of the exporters used a wrong standard on the wrong product. They used the grain standard on the one for maize. I think one of the trainings he highlighted that issue.
Ente awajini ikin joma Peter Chadge, Gunoni, Tingara Chil, Utiyugi, standard mumero tika kom gimukene, Doti you get kom gimukene. Ikin Ruata Magiruata Quedgi, Uberanya Lokeruni.
Some of these issues are causing a number of losses and also spoiling the reputation of Uganda as a country which is exporting maize to these countries outside Uganda.
Ente awaini kuriji makironi. Ma chiel balo nying lobo cha Uganda kama wanate re chat ge wil gidong bene mario chalo we in meti chwalo Jimmy
woko ka gi dwoko jimi ni onyo gi mako che gi onyo no keliri twon goro mada pien yele me fur jimi ni pa o we level ni ka gi cher gi mako gi custom che gi wa gini ni raj pien cham ken pe gi dwoko gi tu gi onyo gi chwenyo chi no do kelo goro kumi matek ma pelare gi lwak chiling mano ibaro.
And sometimes when you engage the traders, they also say, we also buy from the farmers. And so, where is the problem? And this is causing a number of losses. We do not want to see people lose their money, but also people consume unsafe food because of practices that are violating these standards.
And we tell wajani icham kena chalo wil madoni gin dok chiemo wangu ni wan we ne ko wanono gin wa wil gi bolu fu chidong ka gi wil gi bori ini ti afure ma chara ini ngeyo ni gine no be fu ma chara pieni jomo be welo ni bene ge welo ma chama pero ni eni dong ag ta kwene no eni ag bot wan pien wan mo furu jemno mero ayub mabe we joma welo beno wil mabe joma chamo be ku chama ngo mabe chi no gini woro mer ko mai chi we pokel pero idwa what you gin marwate.
And therefore, if we do not trade quality products with our partner countries, we shall not attract foreign exchange, because a country that does not trade with other countries will rely on debt. That's why we'll keep on borrowing money to finance our services. We are meant to trade and bring money into the country. If we don't do that and our products are rejected, poverty will be the ultimate price to pay.
Ente awajani chat tigina pere tek pien chat kaini ter chat woko igamo chena ge woko keli lobuni en chena me keli lobuni ni nyai don lobu nyai lonyo it wan ge kany ento kadong ini chero kuja itero chat ge cher ge mago ma chiel nodung ti kelu pego ma pego eruni dong dugu it wan pitien loke wan po wati lugo kit ma no mero jemi gi tim kwere chi ere we lobo beru ka den to twal piano chena ma woko ni kere dok tie kere ne tie dollars ma woko kuja ni kai ni cher kele Uganda kanyi lo kai ni cher woko kai nom kan ti ali wadek mia bichel ali wadek mia bero euros no ti ali wangwen so kai ni char woko chena yo ni kele lobo kan gin ma ini timo kere kanyi nyai don lobo weko riam chan chiu mer wanenu ni walugo chiek kire chiek mer kere wek lobo wa udong.
So let me invite the team from UNBS to carry on from here. You're welcome, David. Please give him a round of applause.
Wadon ching waka wajolo ludiruni weko nyak kwedwa.
Yes, good afternoon, dear stakeholders. I'm David Wanamama from UNBS Market Surveillance. And I'm accompanied with my colleague, Julia Sochen. We are here to take you through UNBS requirements concerning maize. And we are majorly going to look at things surrounding compliance, what to do and what you're not supposed to do.
Ente awajani gin mukelu gikany ene me terwa gin mumerwa tim ki gin mumer pay tim.
So last week we were here on Friday. We had to go through some standards by some people here. I don't know whether they're still coming here today or we have only a new team here.
Ente wajani chia beach mukaruni gen gibedo en ka eni.
How many people were here last week?
Tiki bera nyako kwedgi standard ba mete ba keme gi chat gi wil unyo fura nyugi tidong tia penyu ni ichia bich mukaru chani gen gi beru ka ngi dul mukene anga mo beri kin jo mo beru ka chia bichi il chi malo
Only 3.
Ti daro yung pero yan kan. Jake in si mabe kung.
Okay.
In si o kuman. Ayo.
Okay, the rest you're welcome, and I am sure you will follow.
Ente awali ne foyo. Pijoma o tin. En be tiki gen makwani. Kaki chao nyurne unu beru ki keru meniang. Ikom cheki egini weng.
I would like to thank SEATINI-Uganda for organizing such a wonderful session for our farmers and other stakeholders.
En wachi miri fo SEATINI-Uganda tutual. Mayo bukuri ka choke man. Nyofonye man. Pi un iromu mapari ni oduch.
Most of the things when I entered here, I came a bit late, but most of them I followed the presentation and they're being talked about. It's the same thing that we have in our presentation.
En wachi gilmalu dirnu bera lokone en keni beri o le chi beru kanerne no chok tutual ki gilma en beru miri lokie.
So I want to hope that you'll be noting down and you will follow this one more easily.
En wayet gelni uberu ka gine uberu ka choene ping ki ubi beru ka mede ki choene ping chi ufuolu win kwere megeni nyo lugu kire en ube beru ka nywa kone kwere kwedu.
So we are basically going to look at those items there. Yeah, we are going to look at the UNBS mandate, what we do in regulating maize standards and ensuring that stakeholders comply through the value chain. We pointed out some roles of various value chain actors in compliance with maize standards. Then we're also going to look at who is affected by non-compliance to standards and how. If they say that you should dry maize to a moisture content of 14% and you dry and don't reach that percentage, that one is non-compliance. What is the effect of such a thing?
Ente awajini wabi lugu gineni kore kauno illa fugi wachi anyogi wako tuwa mabe no ti 13.5 to 0.3 to 14 che in pe weka anyogi no tuwa o kenyu no ite mbal.
Then we are going to look at compliance management as UNBS. How do we handle those people that don't comply? What techniques do we use?
En bente awajini ebe nywako kwedu gilma lok magwako kum joma pelu win kagi wa ini tem kuman ini tem ulung tu kai wa tem kuman ini tem ulung tu kai gi ngom mer gi tem gi jone no.
Then the next item will be a step-by-step approach to understanding value chain standards in maize production and post-harvest handling.
Enong te awai ni tie ma dek maluko ko are ni we waju gin ma ilu ni step by step nyoni waluko kore ki kore iginu mer watimu.
But I'm happy that when I entered here, most of the things were being talked about.
En wai ye yom rutwal ni mai donyo are no ni gine ni we no dong tie loke kome.
Then we shall look at approaches for effective implementation of maize standards along the value chain.
En bete awai ni wabi neno yo magitimu me kwanyo me medo keru ikum anyogi.
Okay. Then what benefits do you get when you adhere to standards? Will be our number 8 there.
Ente waini namba boro. Konya ngo maini no. Ka ini tila win ilugo en yo magimire kwanye weng wayagikine.
And we highlighted out a few things on unhygienic and hygienic practices in manufacturing, since most of the people are involved in the maize value addition, like one of the members discussed there.
Ente awajini ge logo kum leo nyo pe beru gi leo makwako kit mai logo nyogi nyo medu kero pa nyogi.
So at this point, we want to know how many people are farmers here and how many people are farmers and millers or exporters.
Enung ti wajini ichawani ente mironiang jo adi magitie kichuma regu jo adi matilu fu nyo la fu matibu kichuma regu nebe mana wa ile chengwa ba.
We don't have any maize farmers here.
Maize farmers upe kanchi joine we amera nekio. Oh,
how about people who have maize mills as manufacturers?
Jo magitigi chuma merega nyogi tikan. Jamal ko ngurarion ko amal jaru nok maraj aymal.
How about those ones who trade in maize only as grain?
So these are the millers, okay. These two.
I'm happy to see.
Very paying. Gidong ti apenyu jo ma biachara gi chungmer ko manyugi.
Okay, how many are regulators now who regulate these bylaws? And at community level, how many regulators do we have here?
Jo mene makonyo wa kinel ni chiki gi keriti. Ikin wakany watie ikin gang. Wa ile chingwa. Upe Jawun.
Yes, because why I'm asking that is they just discussed a draft bylaw, a draft act there. And with the time, they'll put it into the law, and you are the people who are going to submit comments and improve it to benefit the local farmers.
Honorable members are di matikany. Wail chingwa duata la fonya mono wajini Gemini watie ni et pa meru. Lok pi in chau in. Honorable councillors ching maru. Lutela palwake. These are people who will.
So I encourage you to at least every person should submit a comment regarding the previous presentation.
No tia wajini etamu ni wun kiru duo nyak kwere kuma eni. Olu tual logo bi moji kona kany moji kuija moji diere moji kuija. Chi ene ping chui.
Because the people out there will say they decided for us, but you are the people representing them, so you submit comments and let's have this put in place.
So enung tia wajine ni daano kin gaam bi koke kumu. Ne gin uchiero kuija gin chungpe wa gero uchiero gin. So kadong gitia kero chieken numero nene lok mamako communities o weng o kero weko bedi chiekeni wek tichu beno ubedi yor.
I would like to encourage interactions as we discuss through this presentation, because it keeps you active and it is easy to follow as we present.
Bete awaini elegu walega ne alu wai kwen dong tinge wacha ento ka ereti a lok ma kwako chiek standard ma luga elego ni ubed active onyoni wa responding e kom ma tika funyene ni weke benu ubed be piene in be bi karwo ko mano ini ang mo.
So feel free to ask what you don't understand there when we start.
En wa ni beda gonya gimo ken me pe niang pen oli nget u kenyu ti ngan mo mangi le mono.
So
Ini pen gi leba chude duoko gi le mono tigi game.
I would like to welcome my colleague Julius to take you through the first steps, then I'll clip in later.
En wa jolo la wore Julius we ko chak kong wiye ka dong en be joining la chen.
Thank you so much, David. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Ochen, as earlier introduced.
En wa nye eno uru nyoko mabe chen Julius.
Yeah, you're going to, how many know UNBS?
Why kinwani jo mene mangeyo oh la diti char ngeyo.
Yes. So, for those who don't know UNBS is a statutory body under the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperative.
En dong te awaje ni duler ni te dul matiyu jang onyoy ite ministry maloy chat ge win ge don lobo may chuma nyoni industry.
It was established under UNBS Act, Cap 210, which became operational in 1989.
En way duler ni ke mogo onyogi kero chik kero ni ma kwa ko tiji e mwaka eno mo winyo wajo.
UNBS is headed by Executive Director.
En way ngara loy wiye tie director ba megi tie.
So UNBS mandate are two: promotional and regulatory.
Tiji tie ario.
Under promotional, we have standards department, which is responsible for formulation of standards.
En way tiji ma chiel me neno ni jim magi moko ni down to you kere kidong mario me neno ni standards magi kero gini utiyu.
We also have, under promotion, we have certification department, which promotes trade through issuance of certificates to traders, exporters, and other business people.
Ente awaini under promotion gitie gi mio certificates unyoni registering may neno ni trade unyoni chat ge will utime.
We also have testing, which is important aspect in fairness and precision through calibration of equipment.
En beno wachi jae mario ni konyo gi me ngeyu unyoni testing neno ni gin ma initi kwede ni o meeting unyoti required standard mon ma meta ni wehi ukel beda gonya kit me chat gi will en ma wai ni fairness gi le mono ka initeru megi gi registering in gi choi gi pimu jemini we gi mini kare me chwalu jemini ni chuk we gi chari.
Now, under regulatory, we have imports inspection, which deals in imports and exports. That is, they ensure standard products enter and go outside the country.
En bedo wai ni kintiji me nene monitoring nene di jimi ma wayobu ni oweng ite chiegi umirgi neni jimi ni timarwate batwero achara ilobo mukene nyokelu ne chuk no kongen gi neno ka giye iri pano gi kero stami kume ni enada okaro kit standard money ma wana mirni ye iri dong ni te gini bera gonya chwali chuk.
We also have the last one, which is enforcement. That's the market surveillance department, where we are, me and David.
Enong te awaje ni ma giki ero beru keronetich nyoni enforcement ene dong tie I chingi gi kume gin kwe la wore eni ma dong gineno ni ka ng'ato po lugu gineni ene jim kende winyini gi onyo I office board gi gin kwe la wore ni.
Now, there is what they call compliance. Compliance in a simple way. These are set of rules and regulations and guidelines which were established to help in our day-to-day activities.
Ero wajo ni compliance obedo chik bagi kero ti ter meneno ni warni enio weng walugo chik ero ni wek tich wa tin ki digi won mamonya.
Now, strengthening the maize value chain's compliance is not something very unique. These are easy things because once we do the right things, we are guaranteed for market of our products.
Ente wajo ni jimi ni weng pa jimi matek. Teke mere gin magi wachi ini lugu chi no ke lugu mabe no loke ni jimi ma wan wayobo gini. Iri ti agonya me chero kere chuk pien no lugu pien bepe lugu gitek. Teke lugu mere tap in no iti agonya me charo jimi ni chuk.
Now, this session of ours is going to be interactive.
Ero wajo ni pimenu lok magen gitiye eni chawani ubeberu nyako tam ikin wan gi en.
We have the standards. The standards up a bit. Yes, these are relevant standards. Relevant standards. Now, when we observe the relevant standards there, we see US ES 2017. I don't know whether we understand that. Many do not understand what US ES 2017 means. US means Uganda standard. And then ES, East African standard. These are shared between East African countries. So here we come into harmonization and into consensus with the East African state and come out with a common standard which govern all of us so that we promote trade effectively.
Ente wajo ni an gi in kagi wajo ni US gi EAS polwani pawanyang uberu kidle ango. Ero ni US chungpe Uganda standards. Kidong chani chungpe East African standards. Wege lobo me East Africa tika birun kachelo. Wanange ni watika chelo we. East Africa tika chelo. Che gino ni umero standards wa obed marom wego med kero me chat gewil ilobe me East Africa.
Now, when you look at USES 2, that is 2017, that standard is for maize grain. And then USES 44, that standard is for milled maize products. And then USES 768 is for fortified milled maize.
Enung te awai ni jima dek chane mena macheli tika logo ikom maize grain menu pia nyugi na mario tika logo ikom anyugi madongi rego kidong na madeki that one is talking about
Fortified milled maize. These are maize flour added with supplements, maybe nutritive, which are nutritive of nutritive value, like zinc, potassium.
Ente awajo ma deki anyugi mano gi regu chiki kerige nutrients mukene ke kum jimi mukene chalo moko warane yani chuka soya bean mano gi regu gi medi kum anyugi mukene magi regu gi rubugi so early nutrients mano age kum jimi mukene magi rubugi moko kon ene la diriti aloke kum number deki.
Then other standards include US, yes, scroll. US 28 ES 39, that is Code of Hygiene. Please. Up. Go back, go back. There. So we have US 28 ES 39, that is Code of Practice for Hygiene in the Food and Manufacturing Industry. Now, that one, it's a guide. These are requirements we as millers or traders need to follow so that we can maintain the standards.
Ente wajini inamario mapengel ni tika loge kom inamachiel tika loge kom leo pa in la yup anyugi unyo ngat ma tika packaging anyugi ni machara wan wi opo ni iguru kan tichuk pa komo ni mano tima tek twal ke luoni mukama na yamba wi opo kum ko ni gina mara mukama na yamba no ti chuko no tila mal mada majoro berano chene ku cher custom kan ku chako tichoko gi pi ma petika kare chi ma jone no nge ni tap iner mukama na yamba da ti market mari chando ti ko vol so en gini chane kapa e lugu ka jono nge ni tap chi gi biro ki kwanyo gi business.
We also have a crucial standard, that is the USEA 38, that is labeling of prepackaged foods. This is very crucial. Most traders have run short of labeling requirements and had their goods rejected due to that. Small error, like the moderator said, that you may have a standard for a product that, for example, for maize grain, which is 2, and you use the packaging material for milled maize. That's the maize flour. That one, when you're exporting it, it is automatically rejected.
Ente wajini twer berugi product ma nyugi manogi yubo tima be. Eno teke kavera make rieni. Itimo mistake come ma pechimo gin mo merno beri ikoma nyugi erni tako o ibora tap tagi detecting kwero.
So our traders, our farmers, and our exporters, you need to take note of that.
Ente awajini wan mawati kanye weng water lok chani chalo gina perte kene nir mo imero chwalo gimoni.
Now, roles of various chain actors in compliance with maize standards. We are going to look at the farmers, who are the producers. We advise farmers to buy only quality maize. That is, source maize from farmers who follow proper post-harvest handling, or from certified producers or suppliers.
Ente awajini tijwa machiel chalo wan lufu machiel mer wanene walugo chik ma wajo kit mo mer kwany kwere kodi gi poro Ke kira bene guak kwere kodi. Be kwanyo gi porro.
Sorry. We are looking at farmers.
Yeah,
not anti. He had put exporters. About a second. Yeah. So farmers should use certified seeds. That's what I was trying to explain. Farmers
Go back to number 1.
Yes. When you look at all these factors, you find that most of all these points have been discussed by our previous presenters. So I will not waste a lot of time. I will just pass through. Because when you have certified seeds, that means that your yield will be very high. And also, when you have certified seeds, that means that they are tested from diseases, or they're heat resistant, probably from a registered supplier for traceability. There are some instances when farmers buy these seeds and do not germinate. Therefore, if you buy from certified dealers, you can easily trace back, and you can always be advised on how. Maybe you used the seeds wrongly, you never followed the procedures, that's why you're getting low yields. So another point, good agricultural practices, we always encourage proper planting, use of fertilizers, organic, mostly organic. It gives you good yields. Also pest control mechanisms like pesticides also can be employed. And also in times of drought, you can employ irrigation so that you get good yields.
Jempa mono war gi jora fot jona tika yele ka loko ne ero bera wajo lok me wilu kodi wa wilu kodi bor la chat ki wil muchone pien la woro la fu mono bera lok pe kodi mano ke wilu che chero pe tui che kadong ini wilu kodi ma po tui eto ingeyo ko ni ngat muchone ke me kwere dong dugu yot ero ke wila ta chi chere di to nyong ke dong bene wajane watiyu gi type mefu mabeju watiyu gi ngom mabe ka weki wa pir kodi wa look kir numero gi pet kwere wa look kir numero gi do kwere ki look je weng mamete mefu chi bene bedu mabe gidong bene
timely harvesting. You ensure that you harvest your maize at maturity. When you harvest at maturity, the moisture levels are maybe between 14. This prevents fungal contamination.
Yes, enbe te awajane wa lugu ichawa ki kome me kwanye jemi ki poro ka nyugi do tuo kirna ne ni ichek wa wajane no wiyo lunge penge no da nyugu tuo omero pe gale icher kwanyo gi poro ikel gang igwako maber.
Now, after harvesting, you do what they call proper drying. Proper drying means that you dry your maize following acceptable drying methods. Maybe you raise the maize away from the ground, use of tarpaulins. This prevents contamination of maize.
En bete wa ni kadong anyugi kwany gi poro wane ne anyugi ni gikero kama be gitwoyo kama be na nen ibailo ka chage wajo ngo mer gitim weng ene bere gin pa joni tiga wot marom ki lok mai bailo chan.
Farmers should also ensure proper sorting and cleaning of maize. You know, when we are shelling this maize, some maize break. When some maize break, these are susceptible to contamination. So you make sure you remove the broken maize, or maybe some other maize which are moldy. Also, you remove them, and then you remain with the good ones, so that you get good quality, and you can yield good harvest in monetary terms.
En tiga wajane sorting gi cleaning berutie. Wan ka wate cher ka peru kodi pole chali full. Cham ka ndok down te mulim to kai wai doge ni tui ma pelare. Ero pol kare gi yer doge o weng gi peru kum nyik full mangor kumango ene gi wai ni tigi keru me tui ma be. So ya nyugi kade nen pien cham kene I bera nyugi anyugi gi chenge ni bera kwe. Kamu kene chuma me regone tie jomo kene dilo mer gunia ka dijunu gi ngo. Gudo chili eruni anyugi tiero kine mu tieruni no mer kwanyo pien ke pe kwanyo en long balo ke rupa nyugi o quality me ter chuk no peti mabe. So mu tieni yege o ter nyugi manoti maleng.
Another point is storage in hygienic conditions. Here, for people who wish to sell the seeds, you can store them in hermetic bags. These are airtight bags which keep the seeds safe until the time for planting. And also, you can also store the grains in silos or well-ventilated stores. Well-ventilated stores, I mean, you need to have a clean store. Your maize grains should be on pallets, so that also you make sure that before we are assured of quality maize. So a trader will actually not waste much time, or maybe additional cleaning, sorting, will actually just export the maize, or maybe sell the maize and get good money.
Enong te awajani luchat magichara nyugi omergo will anyugi ki bod lufu magi lugo chiek me fura nyugi pien ubicharu ira nyugi maleng mano lugo kit me toine kwanyane ki poro te mujemi weng anyugi ne bera nyugi mabe.
Now the second point, traders should ensure proper storage and transport. We know that this is where most of the spoilage happens, during transportation, during storage, because these points are interlinked with the ones under farmers. When they are storing these grains, they should ensure that they follow proper guidelines. Like I mentioned, use of pallets, maybe use of clean sacks, and also this protects maize from damage.
Enong tika wajani joma giwila nyugi ni nyo traders magichara nyugi ni omero gunene anyugi magiwilo ni gigwako kama be gwakone kama be no omero giker gunia unia chala alamata mayang choni magi boy kere pamani no vu ti kome ma wero yamo ma anyugi mano to ma be giberen ka gitia twalo ne kamo na nen furwa logo ni mutaka matiu te mer pe down beri wiye mutaka yeno mer beri mutaka magi lor wiye we ka kor ngo ko wa yo unyafa pe doni kumte mano gi gwo ti mutaka yeno ni ene gimbo mer traders guluki.
So another point is sort and grade maize. This you can use different sieves below 4.5 millimeters. Most foreign matter are trapped and removed so that you get good quality maize, and also by this you can classify your maize. Remember, we have in the requirements, in the standards, we have gradings of different types. We have grade 1 maize, we have grade 2 maize, you have grade 3 maize. So now, if you wish to deal in grade 1 maize, you should make sure that your foreign matter, moisture content, and other parameters are within the grade 1. Or maybe if you wish to maybe deal in grade 2, the same. But if you have a packaging material which is labeled grade 1 and maybe your maize is of grade 3, that means that your product will be rejected.
Elong te wajane kadong wati ayek one omer wayek jim ma pemete ni uberi kina nyogi pa wa uberi guni anyogi eroni pen ibi grade ma chel ma rio ma dek we ubet kirma meta kwere kumenu ka beti a packing ibi packing grade 1 igicha grade 1 grade 2 igicha grade 2 grade ma dek ber kumeno ka ite mistake I packing grade 1 igicha me grade 3 ka o kuja ka gi checking eroni gi kwero gidong lok mananen la district production officer bera wajene yini ti yung kila pa ere miro bet kila pa rachel chi kwanyo foreign gina cha magite wajene ni materials ere jimi mapai meta ni uberi kina nyogi ere yini kero we kilo na mede gicher gitel gi gol kujani en gi maraj mana nen ibailo unu winyo penalties ti ye so ginelni lufu merpotem ka nyogi ti kilo 100 we obed 100 kati piario we obed piario pa media gi mo.
Now the second last point is traders should always conduct aflatoxin testing. We have these portable kits, rapid test kits, which can be used by the traders to ascertain the quality of maize so that they can limit losses.
Ente awajoni chemical mori ma beri kumanyogi magiluone aflatoxin gitigi machine onyola pime matwer pimune oyor mengene ni tie onyope so machalo wan lufu onyo wan luchat omer waneno ni pole ka wabigine wawek machine no betie kwa mopimo pekpe ochero kelu apeko kama waterie anyogi wane.
Now, roles of processors and millers in compliance with maize standards. One, they should ensure they source high quality raw materials. That is, purchase maize from trusted suppliers who meet UMA standards. We are repeating the same things. I know these are different actors, but they follow the same processes. That's why we are repeating most of the points.
Gine ni be ka waneno kit manane ti awor kere ni pole ti alok en kum jema chieli ento ti alok I stages ma padi la fu mero tem ngo la wil mero tem ngo la regu ngat badong ti alok ne dugu into finish good o mero tem ngo So weng ti gina cheli manyuri ka chelo bale ki kamone dong balo chain of production or weng.
Now the second point is a test for maize for safety and quality. Now here, usually certified maize mills they apply for certification and they're audited. Now, during this stage here, they are requested to send in their samples for analysis. They conduct different tests. Now, if your maize passes, you are given a permit so that you continue dealing in milling.
Ero wachi ka dong anyogi dong girego o weng gwakbe dong gi packing o weng gi kwanyo sample ti gi tero bot gi gin gi chero gi timo kwet ikome nyoni testing ka gu chero go timo weng gu noni timo be matwero chwanle ma chara gin gi miyiri ni omera nyola mera chiri mede gi tichi ti maleng mapelare.
Now the third point is use safe milling and processing techniques. Here millers are encouraged to observe hygiene standards. Through this, you prevent cross-contamination and maintain hygiene and also control aflatoxin levels.
Eren kirana nera wajini kadongi mini gino safety no gimero nero ni kama ini yubi ye jemini ni itiyu ki kaberu murumwa kama ini yubi ye jemini ni jem metiyu kwere gitij metiyu kwere ne ubed gitij maleng ma pedok kelo pero ikum jemi ma ini tia parking erwe na nera wechu ni mukama na yamba ikar ma gu cher gu lo gu cha tij gin ma pe mete giriamo gyo gi chuk ke kwanyo trading gine gyo ichawan gi pay market so en wan bene ka wati parking anyogi kama wati yeni meru ben maleng weri moko ma cher wo ni obed moko matima be marwate gi chuk me wilo.
Now the third point is about the label products correctly. Now this brings us to that labeling requirement we earlier saw, the US ES 38. It ensures maize flour and other products meet Uganda's food labeling and packaging standards.
Ente awajini kadong watiro weng wa labeling nyo wacho choje kume manyura nga mo yobu ginero ni iner mage yobu kede factory ni ti area mene waniro magine no be bale kwede do mer weng labeling uberi kume gi wel kilu ne kati kila pa be no gi choye kome maleng ni kila pa kati 25 no 25 cho mir cho matika kare pedok mukene ma dano ti akwale wari la ditri en bero mir ka pen manok i ke cheri i di town ka ni no gi mo gi choye ni kila pa to twale ma ko kwon ero ka ini cheri ti pimu mukene no ti abungwen nyombera boro. My boss,
yes,
before you even go further, you see, we have traders here. You find they packed like for posho. It is written 10 kgs. But when you measure, you might find that it doesn't even reach 10 kgs. Now, in that scenario, what do you people do to support our consumers?
Thank you, sir. Now, we have a toll-free line. If you suspect of any dealings which are not to requirement, you can always report to us. We have our offices here by NPH. You contact and then you log in a complaint. We can always swing into action and deal with such culprits.
Ente awajene wun eni ka ikwelu pole ale aba. Ka itigi gen ne mako ni pe o kila pa da. Che gen gitigi line money be goy ma pe cham chene.
Shall share later.
Waji yire ero miro mi wan wen oberu kwede. Ba ke no ni per wata da. Ini go chim office giti peje kan. Che gi chero board gi i chero store kame wili eni Wegi chak ror gi ga chel.
So the fifth point is about obtaining a certification mark. Obtaining a certification mark is a process. Business owners realize that they need to go through a lengthy procedure, starting from URSB to UNBS application. Of course, when you register your business with URSB, you come to UNBS or visit our website, there is a process of okay, you get application forms and then fill, or you can come to UNBS offices and they take you through the certification processes so that you obtain marks. Now, these certification processes is long. There are very many key parameters they look at when you come and were certified. Maybe, for example, if you're a miller, we need to ensure that your facility is clean, the floor is cemented or tiled. That means that it should be cleanable. It should not be able to hold water. Yeah? Because when it holds water, that means that contamination is prone. And also, we ensure that workers are medically examined for fitness to handle food. And also, they should also have PPEs, that is, uniforms, gumboots, so that they can obtain the certification mark.
Ente awaje ni namba ero ni jebe ne boba. Ero wa ini process etie mo mere lori ka wa inong certification marks. Jebe ma pol tie ma gen gineno. Je kum kar dong jebe weng ti online. I to ero downloading je kwanya form ero ni po. Je chero ko de board gi je gi teri nyoke chero office gi je gi titi ngo mo mere tem. Je ni following ginero ni paga ino gineni gidong bene pe joma tiyu gwari factory monero ni omero bet gi uniform gin magi ruko gi bene gi pimu yor komgi pien tij mo kene pe mero ngad ma pe ko ma yor pien tij gi achama padano ti gi pimu be bedu gi menero yor komgi kireti kwede ti gi mini certification ni.
Now, a miller also is advised to adopt decontamination methods like sorting. We realize that most of our millers stock a lot of maize during when it is available in plenty. We stock a lot of maize and keep it for a very, very long time. During this process, maize also undergoes spoilage. So we encourage you people, whenever you're milling such maize, you make sure you sort them again and clean them so that we can reduce on aflatoxin contamination.
Endong te awaje ne e kare mano cham furu chega ni welgi no yor kumano wegi chene reyo e char borwa kuja ke welo nyogi maduong chegi kelo gi gwa store gi no pegiregu chawa yon chochot so kadong kar madong gi mero tich kwede o mer kong dok gudoki guchak yeko anyogi eruni kunia gi achiel gu yeki kadong weki gu chak regu ne pien gi ng'eyo ni kadong pe regu mukeno ikine ero mubedu koro dwe abero dwe aboro mwaka achiel mwaka ariyo ni cha mukere no marache dong no tikine so gitemo eruni wegi yegi kwany marache wego geng chemical mon cha magiluone aflatoxin.
Away from that, the fourth factor of exporters and distributors play in compliance with the maize standards. Now,
Kero wadong tini Madam Sophie.
Alego ne ko di chunyu manak gwacho wabedo pida kera piera riyo no nongi tiako yobu jime kiba. Apoyo.
Now, under exporters and distributors, they should meet regional and international standards. That is, they should adhere to the East Africa, and also the COMESA and the global market standard for maize trade.
Enong te awajo pijoma tero chari lobo mukene omero guluk chiek marwate gi chiek mamete wi lobo tutwale ilobo chama megwa East Africa community gi COMESA nyo ki chat me wi lobo mamalo tero ne Europe in Latin America do mero giluk chiek makwako chat wi lobo.
2, they should ensure proper storage and packaging. That is, use of food safe bags and silos to prevent spoilage.
Endong te awaj ne umero watiyo gi cha manane no bera loka yeni. Kado I packing kwere cheru malo waro berga neno I warehouse me one food. Kira ki packing kwere jemi la yibi ka eno beru tiye ma date ka eno. Daro na eno kira ki packing kwere ene kira bene umero jemi ene ki packing kwere.
3, certifies maize before export. That's what I've been explaining. They should conduct aflatoxin testing and obtain clearance from UNBS and the Ministry of Agriculture.
Ma food pie icheri chuk kumere nani anyugini ino waraga gi bodgi ma chimo ni anyugini ni gipimu pe gituo onyo gi chemical marachi iye kadong inde icher ka charo ne ichuk meno gine no gi bod gen gi dul madid maloy fu gile men agriculture.
Exporters and distributors should also comply with border regulations. That is, provide necessary documentation to avoid disruption. That is, here, when you intend to export, that means that you make sure that you're certified and you have test certificates. Those are the documents you will provide to the authorities.
Ente awajani kade oge kany made tiyo jemi ni oweng umere iwo chiek me boda keti kain teacher Sudan ke ni mule mutoka gibe offloading openg gi checking jemi me iye umere mi certificate manyurni UNBS gi Uganda uyeri ni yej me teacher kare woni ti yej mabe mi igi we girunen we pokel delay bien ke ne trailers ma tore I dog boda kacha payot so kai ni wor gi karta che ne wen kai ni o kunu gi jogi ti mi gi gen gi neno we ko clearing daro wor yot.
The last point is monitor market trends and standards updates. Here, you stay informed about evolving quality requirements in target markets. Here, you can get updates through UNBS website. We keep on posting these things.
And better awajani magiki monitoring market trends and standard updates. Umerwanen ni ikupe kwedgi I website mamegi giberu kamiyo information manyen mamako chat gewili wilobo. So in la chat gewil madit meri beda na ne wekinge ngo mo la kay manyen gi ngo meri team.
Second last actor is the government and regulatory agencies like the UNBS, MAIF, and then the local authorities in compliance with maize standards.
Any dong ti abiru tich pagamente gi jo manero ni check magiti alogayenu to you.
1. Develop and enforce standards. That is, set and update maize quality and safety standards. Like UNBS, we have a standards department which formulates standards and reviews it annually.
Again, chalo dul giti dul bot gi manero chicken magi moko ni gi bedu gi neno kama nyen mete gi med gi logo gi bera timone o mwaka gi mwaka meneno ni standards gi chik gi lugo nyoti mabe marwate gi jemo mer lu chat gi welu tem.
Under the first one, I remember when members went to ISO, that is the international agency, different member states were represented by different countries. Now, it so happened that Uganda was also represented. So they were rolling out the standards for maize. And so happened, most of the South African nations, they grow maize, and that maize is pure white. Pure white. So it so happened that a member from East Africa also was there, particularly Uganda, and we realized that our maize is not purely white when dried. It has some color like cream color, which is not purely white. So in such instances, a member also mentioned that maize from Uganda is not only white, also there is this color. That's how also it was captured.
En bete awaje ni ikachoka madit mo beri wi lobo lobe gu chwalo lo wangi me chera chung pegi to twale lobe ma gifura nyugi matek to twal chalo we e vutping matung e lobo me tui southern part ge west magu no ni anyugi gi dogi pat doga nyugi ma ai Uganda megi ni dokti mata eto Uganda anyugi gi dok peti mango ma mata eto beru cream chi beno waji igini kore nyugi ni botwa Uganda tien PPA ni ene tie che o meyo bene joro ku keru ikin ma megi ni anyugi ma beru cream ke chere East Africa ino Uganda.
Second point is monitor and regulate maize trade. Here, we conduct inspections, enforce penalties for non-compliance, and certify complaint businesses. So you ask the question of traders declaring underweight. So through logging a complaint, we swing into action and enforce. Therefore, if found guilty, penalties are there.
And we tia doke kumla penya ni point when number rio ma waje ni monitoring and regulate maize trade. Ni giworo menero ne ka jo magiti ichat giti aluko chek marwate gi chek magen gi keru ka gino pe kirna nena na wajo kere ni anyugi muke no gi choy kuma mako gi choy kila pa ero no ikum ka vere kuma no peti kila pa cheo wachi kali eru ni giroro ginori tia da kuma no ni ngarbo ne tia kwalo daro penalties mako pia no ginge kama factor reti ye kama yobi yegin gichero tigitelo ire.
The third point is we provide training and support. Here we educate farmers, traders, and processors on maize quality management.
Eno wai tij gitu jutie meneno ni gimi ufonye itwa ijoma gifura nyugi luchara nyugi joma rego wege walugi chek mamago fura nyugi marwate gi standard ma gen gemero.
The fourth point is strengthen testing and certification systems. Here we ensure reliable aflatoxin testing and product certification.
En bete awaje ni kadong indo ifuro ko geno ngimedo keru meneno ni ka gimiyo certificate iri dogbe kong gipimu meneno ni tuo nyoni chemical marachi peke.
The last point is facilitate cross-border trade, that is work with international agencies to align standards for smoother trade.
En bete awaje tiju berutie meneno ni gikupe gidul mukene mad dijutiu ikori tij magen gitiyu ni meneno ni chat ge will across borders obedo maber.
Next point. Now this is the last factor the consumers play in compliance with Maize standards.
Ere dong nama bichel madong chero katwe ne kwere maloge kom wan luchiam nyone wan lu will.
Now here consumers are advised to buy certified maize and flour, preferably with the UNBS quality mark.
Enong te wa ne ke chero ka will. Ke ngi kom ka vera. Ke ne an stam giti kome. Chat en mati ko la dit eri. But eroni pole ki kerkom gunia.
The quality mark is down there. Down there.
Yes. Ineno tuana cha. Ti ping cha. Magi gina ke kala ma yelo chelo welu ti wieni. Nen kom ka vera maybe welu ni. Ke nen stam eroni ti ye. Eroni ere no karo ki chingi. Mano gi moko ni quality na ti mabe ma chama.
That is proper storage at home. Keep maize in dry, well-ventilated areas to avoid mold growth.
Wache wagwake anyogi mabe gigang wagwak mabe weri pau bale.
The last point is demand safe and high-quality maize. That is, we report substandard maize products and raise awareness about food safety.
Anong te wajima gigi ne umero wati yuga chelo banero ni ka girma wati kwere nyokodi ni pagiti quality wan ka chelo watwero ti me wajini gini eriti maraj wa reporting wege wanong cham matima be.
At this point, my colleague will step in for another chapters, but we're first finding out about the side of. Okay, I think we shall first eat, have lunch, and then step in for the final presentations.
Asante sana. Afoyo matek.
Be afoyo matek. Foyo to 12 rigan. Bebere ka konyo gonyo lep. Watika koro jo wachane. Wakuti ya yupe. Inge Kenya kawadugo ki chamo lunch. Watigi tija chill nyari yo keken. Don wabe chero kanywa kutami kumngoma da dito bere ka loko ne. Inge Kenya wabe chero kanano way forward. Muno miono dao nyo district agricultural officer yo team. Baten kome pe. So ngat mo bokonya wadoro kien me nano way forward oberu senior agricultural officer la dirty bot wakany. Then wabe chero dong iloro ne. Loro ne wate lego LC3 me goro me konya waloro ne. Mafut fo chero anone pere te akawat jima no nok wek dano bere kingech. Chao kena gipenyo ni SEATINI. Noni gwak nyo nying la mego mo nyo nyo mego mo ba. Anone pere te akatero kedaro ngoma SEATINI obedo. SEATINI esne chung pi southern. Jama ramo choene southern and eastern Africa trade. Tino chung pi trade. Information and Negotiations Institute, Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. For your matter, when you get any duli koda o candidate dul ene. Mago chero ka choke gi Kampala. Pian ngeo CSOs gi beru ka temo ka choke. Chiko rwate ki dul mo achel madiet makilwoni Uganda. Magen go tero ne gian ke mero bino in northern Uganda. Amuru ki Gulu. Che coordinator me Uganda. Utiona machima mega miyo bodge. Wache gine gian gitiki dul palufu kibeti Amuru. Che adawa ko jone ko o Amuru. Kugo na chim wakatinde nano kamoti ye ene. Ena mana wajone obere bene dulpa madiara da palufu achel mati country maramo piara ngwen kidak beti districts maramo piara dek wiye ma mor te kiane gitiyu be kidul palufu an kitiyu kidul palufu mati group gitibe ki technical staff ge kibe kitiki board members kadon kitiki group palufu mati on mena ken magen tiyo kere an mati lo Kenya kilwoni la fonya also pikidega anti won kompa Amuru district party kana ati beki vice chairperson me Amuru district na dit Michael committee work down nene hoye mater Michael Okot vice chairperson Amuru wati beki la kanli mameo me Amuru la dit Wilfred Tikwene oh mane la kan limpa Amuru wati bere ke general secretary pa Amuru en mo aka lok menano bere nyankole ne wura chole ke kobe kibe wati ke member chel te kian wala det Patrick committee ye foyo mater mera ye executive magiti kian wakanyu yate ka will we are take a will executive achel Terko James committee ye modluak for a mater mene manake magitie executive mo kana tin to go biero kibene ki war madiet amiri kwa fuyo wono jo ene pien ne na SEATINI ko go na chim nigitika bieno Amuru gibino akwe chawa yana no ka biro makilwono lwal mo chaja primary school so mago ogwa chane ke mero lok ke community lok madara kompiara nyoge ke mere ke win kon ki bodano chi obera tura ento ge tek pala chwech arno dano marom piara de go loko kedge ene ken mago chako kede piano ke mero nyan ka peko me fura nyoge tie so jo piara de e on go biena speed da ke marom piara de no dano piara de go odon go loko kedge chamieta 4 to 12 honorable Rob Clemente councillor 5 ano ti wore wa yo cha we la dir giko ko chera temo yeme na mero fo la dira chelbe Reverend Sunday Olao Reverend Mati Paris Priest Molwal chera kwanyo ki ata we la dir kadwa chera yagi mono o beki Ordinan Hojok Francis nyeko Ronald Regan dena wuwi ma chelo mara marathon ke luak maduan da so gu penyo tam chigu noni kara da ke rombion ka tich kwene yo lwal nyo Amuru district pego gi kenyo wanoni pere te ka gu winyo tambe ke bod groups ma pat go chero e group achel makilwoni chan rode pe mati gera gu ke kenyo ano bulu ma achel marathon go bero kater go bero word kedge gu ke kenyo go chero e group achel makilwoni ripebe Pama Field School. Kan yanka da pero time fura nyogi. So en wot magen go wora gika choke mago timo wati bete mo yeme wabedo be ngom aduke ne dong en tin no wati timo ne kama be ofo ye ruat la chwej. Pingo go kwanyo goro ngewe jeme dong ka o mo kendo yi. Tailo la kere mwani. So mako biongo tero mirege hatero ke district office pa kao. Wachako timo ka choke ma achel go timo. Gutimo ka choke ma district bene magitero kilo tela weng ngoma gen tika timo ne district ojologe wabedo ki launch i Churchill Court so program gitika meta nyim and program po burito 12 mane ani tiki be ano ne umiero keni ngwa weka moma ko donye yo betie so watigi farmer groups marama chok we piera rio we a bit under By the time when kongi tem farmer group achel igoro eno weko jo kana ponyo begini pingo dong jibne wen goro mane ni picha ne food ba watiki farmer group achiel ma kiluoni olwal fu be village saving and farmers group ma kigo maraj la dit matika heading Reverend Okaro wako watiki Justin watiki Francis lo mema nemo kana pe kubino ena ye pingo weko inano tiondong jim no naro wingo dugu kwe igoro sub county tamani kong watemo igoro pian mago wachane ke mero sub county man yugi cheka yadada awa nyugi lo chek goro lo ka mo ke kan uno aramo no tero gi tung la kangi koro kwe ne cha no kama lara ngom gi tiere ngo yelo bidaro so watiki ulwal fu be madong jim ne step do woro chera nyim malo member e one weng at least ngara chela chelo bere ka nyuge kadong tere che akasa dera just me chakone iken wakan be watiki facilitators mapigi te ka wangeyo ge watiki facilitator me ruat lagen farmer field school I farmer field school en ko ngom watimo watika peto kodi nero madiet watika neno local food plan chaman machon mador wenyo ne wan wachamo keyo wachamo la wachamo yado ji machon da ene farmer field school sen gitika neno ne so watiki facilitator me ruat lagen farmer field school Chaya Francis yele keni so Chaya Francis then watiki ngarachelo no miero bien ruat lagen oto kom en pere ochalo secretary ne is around watiki facilitator me lubabe farmer field school Mara Mariton watibe ki facilitator me ripebe farmer field school Patrick watiki facilitator me chanruede pe okot Michael watiki facilitator me peno ila be farmer field school Ola Vincent watibe ki won komme limpe wat farmer field school mero nonge para bo gente dan mi achel piara boro watiki tekwo farmers group general secretary la diro cheng Charles wetiki anoka kany watiki general secretary me gantichi farmer field school tibe ki anoka kany ki watiki won kom ki karan me lubambe farmer field school foyo matek secretary tikwe wow afoyo matek so mera ye wiye kirma jone ko biero ko donyo kere ya mor wan pe wan utiche ba wati ke dok ticho ya ticho America go gwan wachimo konywa okupwa ki luak ene gerna wan watimo chida lego ne kino ken mogo ka choke beru tieno ana pere bat ka chwalo luo watimo wono ka choke mabe wek no ngo jimo no tuma be ngi gene ka do o gang kire don wa yawo do pedon ge wek ngo o cheto ka mukere amoro gere det ke nen group en mo chake yo lwale go timo mabe bo mine gi be kaer me ngo terne sub county mukene chana foyo matek angeo kala peny mo tie ke gwako weka rode ka jone ka choko ngi cham ka don ke dukwe ka kan jemi don pe yot to 12 no miero no kalor ka choke watiki LC3 me goro ki councilor 5 tie but councilor 5 matikian wane en la ten goro so obiano macharo la ten goro dak la fu me goro o wego LC3 yengo obolor ka choke wane but wa foyo tie pa councilor 5 kian wa matek wa foyo
ready?
Opegera chama wa. Mego la fundi na euros. La fundi na euros tika kwe. Oh, let me come mommy. La fuma achel do ya nyogi ne oki goro. Mako chele ka fudu wonte gale.
Oyu wuchunyo wako lego. Hinying wan kiword kitipu maleng. Ruba wano mirfoni piner matin wafui pingech mapol mwano. Koi nung ruotu ba watiki gena chama ki gena mara nyimwa. Walegi dong ruotu ba ilongi. Gotani kumjamagu yubo gotani kumjamagu miyo. Wadong gena chama. Waka kwenye wachama wanong kene kare metitichi. Wakwai magi duchi nying wuri Yesu Kristo ruotwa. Hinying wan kiword kitipu maleng. Giforo ta Yesu Kristo.
For your mater, don't want much hair or one of the ten year don't tear terra.
Ida kaya par bor. So kawa bera bala chawa. Chu mar kerwa cha par chel. Wana wa ni chawa bero. Unayan kama oye. Yes, we are.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we shall have presented the final half of the presentation from the UNBS facilitator. Then we shall go into plenary and the closing remarks will be given to us by the District Production Officer, Mr. Simon Peter Komakech. And then we shall close off this meeting. Okay. The closing remarks we shall harmonize, but I think let's start with Mr. David.
Yes, welcome back from the lunch break. I would like to continue the remaining part of the presentation.
And tia wajani tia julu loke magigi nyofonye magigi pichawani.
In the previous presentation, the discussant pointed out some roles. You as a consumer or a farmer or an exporter or distributor, what your roles are in ensuring compliance to maize standards.
Ente awajani longme bi logo mere ma chigu meneno tichi ticha tich paluregu tich palu chat will tich pa inme kwanye ki poroni ober marwate gi standards magen meroni.
So we are now going to look at how you are affected if you don't comply or if you don't follow maize standards. How are you affected as government? How are we affected? How is the general public affected? How are you, the regulators, affected? The local leaders, the business community, the manufacturers, distributors, and wholesalers.
Ente waju list mamalo ni oweng. Eno bineno bilogo komiga chiel. Chalo gamente gini ka pawalugo chiek wano fode nining onyo ruenya nyimwa nining chalo we lutela luchat will gi joma tigi chuma merego gi joma poko gidong joma welo iwel malamal nyogi charro iwel malamal.
Now we shall start by looking at the government. If the government is reluctant and it's not ensuring that standards are put in place or they are implemented properly, one of the things that can occur is damaged reputation and relationship. Here I mean reputation as a country with other neighboring countries. And for example, when maize was rejected by South Sudan, you may find maybe there was laxity in implementing the maize standards. So in such a way, as every time maize is rejected, you may find relationships get broken.
Ente awajani kachalo tia loke kum Uganda chalo lobo. Kawan pa logo chek mawi lobo mero. Chalo Uganda kawi ter Jiminy kiteko kwere na ter Jiminy kiteko kwere ma chel balo nyingu chalo lobo. Mario wat kinu bene. Cham kene baleo. Gidong ma gikine in me tiko ter Jimmy magini no itia no achara.
The next thing will be you will find imports outcompeting what we export, in that if government is not supporting maybe the farmers and tell them to do the right thing, every time we may end up either having low productivity in terms of maize yields, and we end up importing more than we can export to other countries for money.
Ente awajani ke nen pa walugo en chek magimero ni. Icha mukene tichwa beru me wilo ne gichen. Eto wano pa wacharo. Chili eruni beru raj pieni. Kai nen gamete petwero tiru itu. Irwan ni walugo chek. Me chat ge wil. Chicha mukene Jimmy waka uchier wako gitiko kwero neo. Kadungi kwero tien loka ni wan. Merdunga bera wilo ne. Ge wako pien chalo la fu. Kau ter Jimmy gicher ge kwero cham kene. Kiniga mako nir mala chen nong be pe furu level ni chino ni kong ma chen no tia kelu ke pien no level me fu doko ping wa gini kira fu chukepe.
Another thing you will find is there will be increased health and contingent budgets. So if government is reluctant in implementing or ensuring proper implementation of maize standards, you will find things like alpha toxins in maize chain will increase, and this pose a risk to health. So we shall spend more money in buying medicines to clear these issues.
Ente awaika power lugu gin machek mero. Wa mede gitemo en Jimmy maraju ni. Chemical cha maberi kom nyugi ni. Wana chamo kawa chamo beri komwa inoni ya gikine wana wa bergi peko metuo inoni cheno merite ke tij mapat bi balo me chero ka chulo bills me odi yadi nyo me welo yat me cha kumi ke keni.
There is also reduced revenue. Here we mean if say every time farmers harvest they have poor yields, so poor yields can't compete with maybe maize grown in Kenya or some other countries that are good in implementation of standards. So in such circumstances, we can lose revenue. We would gain from exporting maize.
Ente awajane ni bene duako kero meno chene wa muchoro idgamenta piene no gin meter ka charne wa opeke chino chene mo merwa nong we wa chul kere u dong lobo wa no pe piano revenue dako la ping.
Another thing is an unproductive population. If government through such programs like this one, if they don't encourage you to do the right thing at home there during maybe rain seasons like this one, people end up sitting, maybe one who has a cow will focus on only the cow or his bigger project, and he will say, I can't grow maize. After all, maybe I can't get much from it. So you end up being unproductive, and in such cases still we lose revenue.
Ente awajani kapo wa gamenta ubergi kero me funyo dano wek dano niang chicken ma kwako kit ma Jimmy ma fura bet kwere ma be ma chara dano pa bicharo wil ma be ya gikine jo kere kum gidugu wacho ko ka fura nyugi ma chara pieni noni konya bene pe me fura twaka gwako girile nyo temo ngo chi noni ya gikine kelo weko kero me fura nyugi doko ko ping pien dano nene kira fu chuka be pe chi eni kelo goro weko be kirwa revenue onyo ni chene magi choko gwagi en kum produce loading ge girango gini dugo la ping piano lufurne dugo nok.
Also, failure to implement standards properly as government leads to unsafe food, leading to food insecurity. Here we mean that if, say, you harvested tons, maybe 1,000 tons of maize, and out of those ones, 800 tons have aflatoxin or are contaminated, the public is not allowed to consume such food, and it is dumped. So in the end, we shall have no food or little food for consumption.
Ente awajini ka nyugi rumo furu ni gwagi furu tana liba boro chigi no gwag aliba ngwen ya beach tigi kui marachi kume gikwero ka gikwero ichamu kene pa giduoki dong chen ba en ba gikwero pen nge ke dok wer chen bitiyo kwere so chamu kene gi uho so ka gi uho dong no ukelo gore kumi pien ino tami tieni kum tana liba borni abi no chiling makuman onya gwako eni ma chama ero ka dongi chergi ugo ni gino kui maraji kume no ukelo tuan achara madit mada iri.
All what you've been taught here, the agricultural practices, put them in place. We shall not have such things happening.
Ento ya wajini ka iwai government beru ingi an wane eni weng ene gamente che gin magiti aterne eni ini teja lok ma pere tek wegi ingi an abet pegi pego pere twer bayre te kuja laten pa jirani tinyu du weng no foti kelu pego che wan weng watigi tija tema watiyu walugo chek ma mete we kwawa obet maber.
So if you don't do all those things, it can result in death of citizens.
En gini eni mena ngala ni kachie water tuku mangar mo chamo gin mo bale pien wan ko gua i Africa kan dakta wanero no ipor ping kadon kumile che wa la ngari oyat jomo ken ka food be gin why ni dona ni ka tieko doge eni ka kwanyo kuno komelet ba chi wan por ping li kung kadon gi why ni ngari dong timaraj ula kwere oyat chi karu kene madong gi ler kwere gi oyati no yat be peti maber twal chi iwinyo mer ni uduok ngari opajo chi noro uduga chara.
So if you look at those things, number two is the general public or the consumer public. Here we mean people, the people at home there. We here, if you consume unsafe food as a result of not following standards, there's almost similar things happen: increased health bills, unproductivity, loss of money, cancers, just like above there.
Enti awajo in number 2 be kagi wajo pi public be en in gi anedo. So en gina chiel mamala chani en be ti penkan momer waluhi lal pachene ching ka gogi onyo jimini anero money store kacha gine Elegu town council magi jogogi border Sudan itor ti orti atop gire mo kenyo pan yang gina ge temo kwere en joni en mago biro be achwalo gi kucher ku mako ba chele ku neno so ero ni en gin matete maka gi cher gi uku inge kamarachi domo kene food pien champe gi ngoge ni tawna nyugi ni ke luoko tuoyo furi twer temo furi twer chamone jo ke luoko wa ma yati komeni chero moyo kong mieno kuon manok ka neno chamo po kelu gi mo digido chero luoko chane weng ineno so li ero ni rom mangata tiga temo irwako nguri yo gwel chi temo ko iwe ka toli tek chiar aneno chi cham ke tol dugu tek loyo kiro no itawoni chi li rware nguri chi ngara ko ji pe chi de to matwal chi eni pa waneno charo gin me to merwa gwa ka wunu mada.
Now how are we affected as regulators, just like us UNBS, if we don't ensure that maize standards are implemented correctly? Number one, there is still damaged reputation. People, the general public will say, you are not doing what you are supposed to do. So they keep referring to you every time, and that one circulates in media every time that you are not doing your work. So that is not good.
En nung tia lo ko ngi ka ken gi gen jalo o nen ni chiek gi lugu ka gi pe gi timo ginu mer gi tim un chalo we dano en wayo igini gen pe gi tia timo ginu mer gi tim bere lo ada cham gen gi timo ginu mer pa go tim pen je marajo ni awa gi kuja ngolo o wakany ni ka gero no tiji so en eruni one way we blaming gera da lo ke en tiga kare.
Another thing is possible litigation. Every time you shall, as regulators, we are in court solving problems related to food safety. People complaining that I ate such a food, the reports may be the manufacturer. So a lot of time is wasted in solving such cases.
Anyway, ni bari chawa gi mada pien cham ka no ngaro charo gi mo ma bene. Chalo ke chier dukan polwani kawati wilu jimi pawat cham ka po tam pineno gin me kume. Expiring date me kume. Ini wele chi jwaro ko kumi. Chi cham ka ke de jwar kumi. Ineno koche no ni ginu no mer gi chat we 2023 ero 2024 for gini tingo. Ti store pa ngar money. Chili eruni ka gitero lo ka gichero gi reporting piano mer gen gi bet kariutal kaneno kidme roro ngat eruni ruet jeme eruni wegi mire policeman ge ngo ni no balo chawar twal meti utich mukene.
There is still reduced revenue. Before I entered here, I found you attending to some discussion there. They were talking about carriage points. So that money is paid basically to raise some revenue to run government programs. So if a few people are complying and are not paying maybe that money, or like of course they told you to register through associations. Once you register, that money sometimes is paid to government and it helps run such programs. So if people are not doing that, there's reduced government revenue. The local leadership, but the local leaders are also regulators, so it is almost the same. The only thing I'm seeing there is a high crime rate.
Namangweni be roma gidi chani enung logo mere direct komwa walu tela mete dero apoka ne ti kum na machiele ken high crime rate ero mukere ni be pole weng rom gi chani revenue
As over relaxes, you may find sometimes you a local leader that you inform your people to bring the weighing scales for calibration and you don't. The day we come, you'll find people running away with those things. So when we try to interdict, they end up fighting us or beating us. So that's the crime rate I'm talking about.
ente awaje ni ikin wa kenyu watie jomo kaer mapebe kadongi waju ki poe widal ni tin wa bibir gurguru lutela poe widal ni ukel ginewu kilu isab county me gurguru kibe biru ka kerusta me kome jomo kaer yeko gere yang cher kan kila kana aya mukene kadong gichiero gimero miyo fine igi pien gi no tika kwalo dano gimero walwenyi komgi mero en kit pa dar mo ti kwere kin gang goba kuno gimero gi konyi wek pe gi kwali in be ni chungo e kom ngade ni king ineno so li eni pego ma wana ti kwere magen be gi no chalu tich.
So number 5 is business communities and associations. We have been encouraging you to form farmers associations, and someone here talked about cooperatives. Those are associations. So you must endeavor to comply with the available standards such that you don't damage your reputation again, blacklist in the whole sector by government. They will assume that everybody is not following standards. Then possible litigation, same thing, and unfair trade practices.
So gini en be weng robe kum na ma bichel nong loge kum jomo ni madon ma lu yob jemi en be te awaje ni gini ni ka pe lugu rache tieni icham ke no ngara chele ke ne rutimo gi kinu ni weng ka gi reporting board gi kwija icham ke gi kwanyo gine enu ni licenses magi minu metichi ka gi kwanyo no ko mangara chele utimo bali no rache ma wun weng en we na nen honorable Clement ti alok pi cooperative kelo wan kaka chelo chi ka exporting nyone wa kwanyu jimi ugi kany gichwalo ana chero iganga ano jomo ma gichwalo utigu ni ingwero mateno kumaen tigu luoka manoti kuman gikeri bok mateo tieno kuman gichwali UK ero tege no damage moke kene kume onyo ikiro the whole consignment ne weng dwako chen no mukero beru mistake pangara chiel pien joni pe furu ngara chiel ene furu gichoko cha group ka gibiro gitor center chiel ka gibiro gi parking ka gichwalo Entebbe ka gichwalo Europe chili eni bene beru rachi twal ka warati cooperative wator jim waka kar chielo ento inoni ngara chiel mo ikirwa po lugo che kira meta kwerni kata jim wani uchero gichero gi noni baltiye penalties e bini wi wan weng kuno ngara chiel ken gite group ene no temo so mer wa lugo gine ni matak mada.
So here we have manufacturers. I want to ask them, how are you affected if you don't follow maize standards?
Ente wa pi wun joma gwa ti level me yubu jemi roma malo wun pega ngo mo bino maraj makeme gi peme lugo chek.
Can someone tell us how is affected if it doesn't follow? One manufacturer here. Do you have millers here? They tell us how they would be affected.
Unfortunately, we have these local millers.
They are manufacturers.
The other one, the packed one. Hey, Umera, initi la rego. Ngome inino ma right ka pe lugo fony en magi wachini.
Afoy ot nyao dojo jardinis malupe gi chik magi kat kede en wan machalo rego kape walugo maber je matime bedo pol pol kine ka nitie adek mana bawajo ni achiel gibi loro chuma niyo kenene pe kalugo chik kirumirere kirego Mario giromo weke bedi fuch pi dwe ayario nyo ichuru fine ene gina wia po ang'eyo ni romo time kenen po walugo chik.
Okay. My brother is talking of as we earlier on we looked at the bylaw. Is he emphasizing on the penalties that he will be fined with after not following the right procedures that they should take.
That is true, and it is one of the things there. It is called legal action. You can be even prosecuted in court. You are arrested and imprisoned.
So en wajini ginbala dito wajin tika kare tiyan ke nen point chan tia wajin legal actions and prosecution ni ka in ginoni te ubale ma ke waju gini manai unu ber na bailo ni in chere ye duario mere ni kire cheke tia wajin kwere ento ka luak me gurgur nyo council me gurgur ku mere ne ubed mwaka chiel chi beno be beri kumenu Pien duari o ken rep maraj no furi ti angia no de karo wo so furi dugu da mai de kwere kam wa achiel olo no irugo yelo ko gine kong olo no nge cha ko yej manok no niang ke mo.
Also manufacturers like those ones you're asking about who offer underweight maize flours. For us as enforcers, I work with market surveillance. If we found such people, what we do, either we seize those products, we get them and confine them, or we withdraw them from them, and we require them to report to UNBS, CID, so that the legal action is taken. Or if it is too much, we can close your business or we revoke your permit.
Ente awajini pe jomon mana bera loke kumgi chat moko mano kiru ne petika kare. Ka gen ke bino ke kwedo ki no ni tiada ge goy chim bot CIDs mamegi ke bino ke kwedi ka gi no ni te umbale no ni gi twer teri vuj unyobe gi loro business yo.
So in such a way, if you're taken to court, they can require you to compensate the person you are cheating, so you end up also losing money as a manufacturer.
And
but compensation.
Te awajini cham kan ka gite record koro cheruno ne ada ini te umbal makire no chigi wai ni chul ngat cha ma in bera kwalo ne ni chi no ni mo mer gam chena gama gi bore do te arwe chena arwenya.
So distributors are almost the same as manufacturers, just that some of them they just have their wholesale shops, their retail shops, and some move with these maize grains or flour in maize trucks.
Ente awajini nama beer ni bero rogi nama bichel. Ero ke keren dongi poko mere pinying luchat macharo wholesale magichar char madon gi el mana yuerani retail.
They are also affected in the same way, but now here the only thing I can add is a loss of consumer confidence. So if you're a company and you lose reputation just because you're not following standards, your customers will keep saying, that one is a flood these days is not good. Every time he's taken to court, even he was prosecuted for offering flour with aflatoxin or underweights.
Ero wachi ero ni kacharo mere dong bot le chat en retail shop en mawana ti kwere ni. Kana wile mere mo bore chara no dong petika kare. Ando ya waji gila remado, waji gi neighbor, wai neno dukana nyer cha konye pe gima charweng petiyu. Near Changa will foot la war maga and the Kerolo come piano chargin my pepe. Chi down on the oak car making a chair will come can car making a chair will come can. Ya gigine no when you customers or when business at all.
Therefore, compliance to maize standard is everyone's responsibility. We should ensure that we adhere to any standard that is put in place for quality goods and safety of our people.
And don't tell why you one uberu teachwa manero ni check it no logo. Then check it gin ma raj ma agi ye ma ko in wagi anweng. Chi per tek twal ni wa logo wari ukela la itwa.
So now, like for us, which approaches do you use as UNBS to ensure compliance? That you follow the standards and apply them correctly so that you fulfill their requirements. We have such strategies put in place.
Ente awai chau gen gitigi gen mamala chani. Check ginero ni gilugu yo mate wari giket check eroni gineno beratich.
So number one is we start by communicating to the public just like we are doing now.
Anyway, ma chel gen gitemo gen ba kimiyo kwena nyogi logo gi un wegoniang ngogi come mamete.
This is done mainly through workshops like this, on TV shows and radio presentations.
Anyway, ni gitwero temu eni chalo kirwa beru kere eni twer che radio mega nyo ruping chigi logo kwedu unyo bene gichero i TV joma tigi TV gange even na ka down to program i TV no ngan mo ti lok morning ngan mo ti lok morning so eruni be kirma gitwer chwalo kere kwena enuni.
Then we'll do what they call compliance promotion.
Gigitemo ginma ginyuru ginma be i promotion kama no ge gordano che gitemo la nyut i ginmo teme mabe i promotion ne ni wek wunu nen ni gin ga watemo kuman beru kuman gin ga gitemo kuman beru kuman.
Still here we have educational programs for different peoples along the value chain. We as UNBS we organize trainings or education trainings for manufacturers, for the small scale farmers and even other regulators. This is mainly to create awareness. Also, we inform the general public, more so manufacturers. Here I mean millers. If I visited your maize mill today, I will inform you on what you're supposed to do so that you comply with the maize and milled maize standards.
Ente awajini eni ginero ni gifonyo dano banchal kama wana ti ye eni gibion gifonyo dano gichero pi joma don marega nyugi ko waket chalo pet ansan gero ni chalo we loya to risgi kati gichuma mai anyugi loya chama ala chori akor kwe gen gi rwate kwedgi tigi chero gi logo kwedgi ni gini ene ginu meri bera temune.
Then we do this through administrative compliance actions. We issue verbal warnings. Still, these ones can be done through radio or directly to the person involved. We also write warnings still in media, newspapers, and also we issue compliance orders. These ones are legally written orders, and they also bear requirements that you must follow such that you are not out of the law.
Ente awajini money eni cham kan gi wacha awaja gi dog gibir gi waji yirune gin makiren me ti temone kuman ni bebe potawo no miro tem kuman gidong cham kene gichoy ira choya ti gichwalo yiri gwai office mamegi nyoy factory mamegi nyoy gang tij mamegi ti gi wayni gin makiren watamu ni kirete temone kwere ni pebe chi umiri tem kuman ke pebe ra temone kuman che ibino food chi do ya gikine ka in pay winyu chi dong gen gi biro gi temo gi order no dong tiel lo ka ni cham ken gi biro chi gi lor factory ni o unyo warehouse ka mitore e Germany piere no in pe bera lugo ngo ma ko bera wachi.
Then we do ensure compliance management through enforcement actions like condemning products or seizing them. We withdraw permits and we can order you to do reworks. For example, if you're found with maize that has a lot of foreign matter, maybe it has stones, it has sticks and maybe hairs from animals. This one, it is not considered as bad maize, but we can order you to go and rework. You go and grade that maize, you sort and maybe pack it properly. Condemning products is those ones that say if maize has aflatoxin, we can condemn that this one is not for export or it's not for consumption.
Enong tu awajini ka kita tim enforcement nyoni kerong tuer kumi itich. Gen lo be wajini anyugi ni bag miario ni wano ni foreign material ti ye nyo gweng nyo girango nyo peti kire. So punishment may tell you ire wani kwa nyugi ni weng chiri yako weng ye ro do ye tira kai parking meren gin ma chen magi twer tim ne gidong mario gitwer kwanyo ne ogi chuk chigi wani jem makiren pebe ma chama padano kwanyo chigi kwanyo gi chuk gidong ma gikine bedong gitwer wachi ni pien ka dong gicher ga waji radio ni kong waket ni mana te bol na bola ker ni ge waji radio mega ni anyugi opeta ansan maize millers pebe ma chama pidano un luak me gulu meronge li ni chaka cheng tin pege wel no dar mo winyo radio ni weng chaka wen okay gin panyere la wo ara winyo radio ge wai pebe ma chama pege wel chidong no ubala nyimio meru la bola kira gen ge twer te mona kwere enu twer kwanyi jimi ni gi chuk kumero ge wai ni gina kiren pa wel ge ma ko wache leo chi gi kere TV bera running ka jomo neno dong po wil wer gi ni gin ma kiren ge wai ti gi pa ko kuman so ka chemical ma gina enu te kome chi gi tugi geo na mere direct wai eni perwate ma chama padano.
So another thing we do is we can suspend your work by putting seals. I don't know whether people here know seals, but we can put seals on your machines or on your premises or on your store so that we force you to do the right thing.
Ente awajo tie alama moni ma gen gi woro kede chigi keru idog biachara ni manogu choji kome chigi biro gi moana doge ni pe yap dog chati wang me timo gina kuman ka pe timo chati pegi yabu so ginen tari keru wa in itimo gin magin gi meroni ka gine binu yabu pole yuare gi mar timo ne ka pe chulu chul moni magi meroni gi binu mere gi keru ti gi mo mate tiri be mata kuman gi mo mere dog oti no gi me instruction ke yabu gi keru gi ko fulu mo mate tiri kuman be pe ko fulu be mere just plastic gin mo kuman chigi binu gi dio mere dog oti rap gi mate tiri eroni ke de merno men lok wa gi pene weng inde ngol chiri itugi no gini merni weng.
So if someone can't do the above 4 actions, we require you to go to court. We can also prosecute you if you are failing to fulfill those requirements above.
So kadong guti mo ginero ni che indong pe lugo chigi biro mere gi chwalo mere police gi biro gi gabi mara gama chigi gi keru in bola dit mana bera wachi bugene ni mo bera fonyo bai lone tiki dili mere iye gi chweli kot chao pidi kumi pierno e kwero lugo gin magen te awajene ni.
For example, if we found your company, you have not registered with the say UNBS, then we tell you or we suspend you and require you to go and apply. Then after applying, you start milling, then we find you weighing underweight flour. And on top of that, you are not labeling your food properly. You are putting someone's name who is not you, or you're using words like super millers. UNBS does not encourage labeling food products with those deceptive words, those words that deceive the public, that super, those things are not allowed.
Ente awajini kado itia mede tia ogiri jemi ni oweng itika choy nyi kume tie nyik lok moko mateno teno ma pegi mere iti kwede ma volo dano well ngar mo ma fut po moko tame tugi moko tame o maraj ni agini be tiara ne ngi choy kuman nyik lok e ni pegi mere ker kume gidong nying pegi yeni ti gi nying ngari mo kay bi chero ka wane en wen ngoti business anen char ku daro choy nyata e kom dukan nying enu ma ini choy ni omer ke bini office pa joni gingiyo gi list system ka ngari mo pe gi nying enu ni business ma mege ka ini cher kero nying enu ni no ke chulo pera ke kan gero ngiyo ni nying enu ni pe pa ngari mo chen nying enu ni eni cher ker komo ikum gicha moni maini yobo geje mabejo ti yani ti de chwaro.
So how we apply how we manage compliance is we use the black and white response to compliance, and here we look at the attitude, someone's attitude to compliance and the compliance strategy that we apply.
Endo wajini ka eni kirma gen gini yang kwere gineno kire in ilugo kwere loki kire tiyu kwere me lugo gin magi keru.
So if we found people who have decided not to comply, always publicly there are not very many. So here we use sometimes you can do this. So we have to request for manpower and police to ensure that such people comply.
Ente wajini machalo gen chamu kere dong ka gino ni pay nyang ding ma pelare geno gitiyu gi chamu kere gitiyu gi chene ikelu police me timo enforcement pien chamu ke joke tiu ding ma pelare iwayi lo awaja pe winyu bini wai lo dukane be peye so gicher gi made manpower tigi bin gi magi mabe.
Then there are those ones who don't want to comply. Those ones, what we do is we identify them through inspections. We guide them also, and we tell them to do what? To comply, just like through these trainings. Those ones who don't want to comply, they can accept if they receive training or if they are guided properly. So we identify them through stakeholder engagements like this, and we ensure that they comply and follow those standards.
No gircha mu kere ngeche ne pe chi I training kiren ka ini chero ilemo ge dukani no nyoi factory gi no peti alugo kire unu mero kere ni chu yobu ka choka kiren uluo gi beriye chi gi fonyo gi chi cha mu kere ka gi fonyo gi a gi training eni tu gi cha otimo gine no ma unu mero ni gi ko.
Then there are those ones who try to but don't always succeed. So those ones we help them to comply. We detect them and ask them what is the main problem. Where do you always stop? What is the main challenge? If the challenge is money, like UNBS has some programs for SMEs, small SMEs. They pay a certain fee, but it is less than that one paid by others who are big companies.
Ente awajini jom kero no tigi mero luko jemi be mapelare. Ero kero ne o kamo tumo. Piano chiane mire ni ukeri ye we otim gimoni. So gin ginero en kuri joma kirero ni. Gidi yukogi. Gikonyo gimanok. Weri bu a gi kamoni magi mero gu cheri level moni magi mero ni. We gu look and standard magi mero ni.
Then for those ones who are willing to do the right thing, they make work for easy for us. And there are always many. There are those ones who open their own businesses and they have information already that UNBS you must register. So they can apply and register for certification willingly. So those ones, then we just guide them and we encourage them to continue doing what? Following these standards.
Why get ikin dano tie dul ene ti watigi jomu kere magilu win. So take waji mer gino meru tem. Chero tu gitemo neo. Jone ni we okwo gi beru yor no pelare.
So if you look at that strategy or that mechanism, everyone is supposed to comply to standards.
Enong te awai ni ka onen ka wana a gi yeni paka owe ya gigerni. Inoni wane ni oweng. Kirwa de kirwa mero. Omero. Waluhi.
Even if you want or not, with the time you comply.
Kiri de kiri mero ni mo twal chwini chwali ka mo ni tim mo wang metemo.
So this is, I think, a repetition because we looked at step-by-step approaches to understanding value chain standards in maize production and post-harvest handling.
Li eni dong be jema wati noya na noya. Pian na nen ge wore wiye weng.
When I entered here, I found you being told these things that if to ensure production of quality maize or achieve good yields, they were telling you that you should choose the right seed.
Yeah, this one we did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It is okay.
Yeah.
Those ones who didn't understand, we shall share this presentation. You look through.
Okay, enong te awai ni pe joma gwa o la chen unyo pe ko niang. Ge chwalo igina wa I mail wa che ober gi kare me ber gi copy ni che kwana.
It's okay, but I have not finished my presentation. I have not finished my presentation. Not yet. No, it's not big.
So wadong dong gi peja che leken.
So
Wadong dong gi peja che leken.
I don't know whether you can see those pictures properly.
Charlie eninan mabe.
Now that one at the left, you can see that one is a maize mill. No, this one is a maize mill. You open where they drop maize from. But there's a hen inside trying to lay their eggs.
Ese awai ni cha monero ki mo ni ber cha kori matika twiri. Ere kama ki onye ya nyogi lak masin. Ero gwero mo e doctor aboli ye.
So as UNBS, we don't encourage animals in stores or in processing facilities just because those chicken droppings, they can contaminate the maize or our flour.
Ente awai ni chani chek pe ye. I ot kama I regi e mo o pau meru le donye nyo gweni. Tien cha mo ken lenge chero konye kukunu. Chi no ino pe neno I rego ata. So ke rega ta chero nyo mo.
And this one on the right is, you see that is an open where they pour maize during milling, but you can see that it is rusty.
Ente awai chelen matunga ni neno cha kama nogi onye anyogi. Ero kay neno ko wall bercha ko wall tika toba.
So you can clearly see that that thing was painted as if yellow, but the paint is now off. Where has it gone?
Ente awai ni no ori neno cha ge wer maleng mada. Ero kay de neno ge ping bercha lo wengi jugi ngo gini. Tika chamu wakala mai ko oro.
So contamination is not only from animals, but even from paints. So as UNBS, we recommend that equipment used in processing and handling foods is made of stainless steel.
Ente awaje ni kama giregi ya nyugi gingo gini. Mirpo bet charo ko wall kirchari. Pian mir bet gin mano pe mako nyalo yot. U bet gin maleng.
So have you seen that one is a maize mill, but it is having a lot of dust and cobwebs.
Ene mamwan nen kin gange ko. Dar ko nen cheli chan ko. Ene chuma mamwan nen jui kin gang ka ene kirber ko macha. Neno ke nen ko wal ge male ko.
So we recommend that your stores and even milling facilities, you remove those things. You have cleaning schedules in place, and you remove those things regularly.
Ente awaje ni gine ni pegenge. Ento tikuti megere kumenu eno mir no bed gineno. Mai twero yue yo kere gine ni wa bed maleng.
Have you seen that one? Now that one is showing maize is germinating from somewhere.
That
is just because of poor handling practices.
Ene edong kin magite awai ni kin mo kwanyo kera nyogi wagwa ko kera peti mabe. Ene en kira gite atui kera.
There you can easily see that such maize is germinating. That one that can't germinate is rotting. So those practices are not good.
Ali ene muka er nung tika tui warwede be pengayu. Muka er ka ver tika top. So ene edong kin marache no.
Now another thing is here the other side, you can see some ladies or some people that are trying to sort, I think, maize on tarpaulins. By the bad practice they are doing is they are seated in it.
Enong te awaje ni ka ene no lamego en mula nge tungkanyi. Tika tij mabe mada. Tika yera nyugi maraj kwanyo bayo ko chen mabe tika gore ikema ben mabe. Nen lamego muru ko yelo ni. Obere wi anyugi la ke kome. Kama kiti yere yen. So ene check pa ye.
So we recommend that all food handlers have gloves. They have hair nets and uniforms, but I can't see them in uniforms there.
Ente wai lu teach me factory kuman. No mer ko bedgi tok magi ruki wiki. Katwer be no mer ko bedgi kom uniform e kome. Era ene la mera eni. Berjalo tuwe goma si kira penye. Berjalo tuwe les. Char me ru mer kitete magi chele mu berbi anyogi char. Mano check pa ye.
The one this side, we can see that the floor is very rough and it's very hard to clean. So UNBS recommends that if you're a miller or if you store maize in large quantities, you tile or cement your production area or store properly so that you can easily clean it. Where you need to mop, you mop.
Ente awalite matunga ni ngela mego ni ke nene kire ti gwa kwere. Ba kire wadunyu ne pedunye. Gin me twerte ona mabe en mir yua. Ero check ge waje ni ke tigi store. Ka pe twer kero tiles kiren ticket cement ma cham kene dunya. En be ti waje ni anyugi kede ti agina ne to ka kero bao. Ke chan ge wi bao dong malo. Ke nen ka chan kam ken bir chalo gi chan ngom.
That one is the same thing.
En bero roma ki manyime.
So another one there is the packing still they're just handling maize grain after hurling, but they're just using their hands to sort. It is also not a good practice.
En be te awai ni anyugi cha nung kiti arego na en la dit la wara en mu berini. Te ate wana merki chi ma chek pa ye.
Another bad practice on the left is that that one is a fly in that sack, but now the sack has just been left open.
En na we. Cha gunia cha kala makwa te kumani. Ke we ko mer wiye tuoro cha gin ma kiti akore kong ne tuom bese na chelo bin wa onyi wiye. Ti kina magi reu ke cha bini no en chilu mamal ni weng ti ken kum gunia en mano be fort peg ceiling.
So you may find that there fly is being milled from somewhere. Someone is collecting on a basin and is bringing there to pour their side that they can weigh after.
Ente awali ni ngarmo ti akelu ne gitung kuja. Ka gi onyo kong pongo ka dong kitele kilo ka dong chao ko wiye. Mano perwate.
So there we recommend that you pack your maize flour in a branded packaging material this side.
And ina no ka cha dong choj dong pe ko ne ngang wa gi wel kilo ne. En gin ma gi mero enu. Una no en mati liere ni.
So in these pictures, who can tell us a bad practice there?
Te wa ji chel cha ma wunti ne na nga twer wa gi maraj mo te me kenyu.
One observation.
Ngat ma wa enti makwere.
Aneno chalo gitujo ko gicha ka wek liere kilo.
So she's saying in the process of weighing, you can see that the weighing thing, the handle is being pricked on Kavera, on the packing bag.
In which picture?
Yeah, even all. Yeah, I can see this one and the other one.
So even when you observe in this one, you can see that the flour bag is not attached to the hook. The hook is just hanging. So they are using some other, it is attached to some other hook, I think. So there it cannot weigh the right weight there.
So ina en kire joni kwale wa kwere en. Ina ni tia liere mabe ero li eni ber chalo we kidi kum ge ma peti liere we hotel kilo mabe ber chalo kidi kamo ma kilo ma ge pimu ge kum eni cham ka en be po we o en kilo ma na furu ber lo yen.
We also highly discourage that word super. Super is not supposed to be on what? On packaging material.
La nen ge waje ni nying moko mabeju. Pegi ket pien nyingel ni ka ngaro ne ni super ta man gin be ye beti super. Tu ngak mer wela.
Either you indicate that grade 1 and when you are sure, or you indicate grade 2 so that the consumer is aware that he's taking grade 2 or grade 3 maize flour.
And waje ni maga kero super gi ket grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Wegla welo mok ta ma ka mero welo grade 1 no welo beneti maber. Mero welo grade 2 welo ti maber we mok ta ma chet gi grade ma en mero.
The same thing applies to even maize grain. If you are going to buy maize grain for planting, be sure that you're buying hybrid or you are buying long A5. It should be clearly written on the packaging material, not just verbally by someone selling.
En bete awal ni ke cherga welo kodi o mero kodi ni gi cho nye kome. Weringe ngo meti ter ne gang. Kono long A5, kono hybrid, kono nga gini. O mero beri kum Kavera ne.
Then another thing, if you look at those bags, none of them has the Q mark. It means that flour is not certified by UNBS.
Ente awai ka unayan Kavera mabe was tam ma megi pe kome. So tiyan lo gani gire ego ni weng twer bedi bene pa ngale wagi office gi.
So we require that if you are manufacturing, have your name. If you are called Wakabi Millers, let that name be printed on your packaging material. Then we also recommend that you put the correct address. If you're found in Corabil, let it be Corabil. If you choose to have the same company in Lacho, those ones become two companies. So you have packaging material for Lacho. If you bring packaging material from Lacho maize meal for Wakabi and you use it to pack from Corabil, that is deception. It is not allowed by UNBS.
Ente waike tigi biacha arga karario. Iside mapapat. Side ario anywhere me rubetgi location bi mapapat. Petwer tiyong ka vera me Corabil. Chichir parking ya gine mo me la chu. Da kwanya me la chu ra chir parking me Corabil. Any pelare.
Even when you choose to indicate 50 kilograms or 10 kilograms, let them be 10 kilograms or 50. And that one should be the weight of the contents in that packaging material minus the packaging material itself.
Ente awai ka dong ti kila pa, ki weko bet kila pa. Pero kay tim chura ki wi ni ka vera bet wer teru kila chen. Chide go wagi kila bungwende wai kila chele dong meno pe ka vera. Eni pelare. Eni kuo di cheng.
So you should not be deceived that it is 9.8 because the other weight of the packaging material has not been included. That is a lie.
Eni kuo di goba.
So these are examples of packaging bags that are not allowed by UNBS. So if you see flour on those streets that is having super millers, just know that you're buying it at your own risk. You should buy flour from certified manufacturers, or you buy seedlings from certified packers.
Endong ti awali ni ke nen kuri ka vera eni. Manying ruri be pekaye. Stam ki be peye. Wa kama gi gin gi yubi ye ben penene ye. Kay de ti wil ne, ti ndo wil gir chala tawang. Mendong megi.
Like that one in the middle, you can't know where that flour is coming from. Now this one on the extreme right, it has Mbale super millers, but in Mbale there are very many maize mills, so you can't tell where that flour is coming from.
Eni mela nywana ken. Fian fura nyogi nyo joma yuba nyogi duata. Chan be pake poko. Kono ti kwe ki keru mere nying bali ke chero bali super bali duata. Ivi kemu mene. Eni nywana wiche ken.
Why this is discouraged is that we want to trace if someone or a school ordered for maize flour and there is a health issue, it can guide us to recall. We recall such products and we analyze what is the main problem. Or we identify who is liable, who was the cause of such problems. So it is basically for awareness.
Enong te awajo ma gigi ni ginen ma gen gi wayo mir nyiyo beti ye nyeng aro yobo na machim kakare kama yobo gi ye pien ka pego mo unen ge kom gwai supplying school gini pego mo later mo no pego chiki twero following nyogi lugu kama gine no agi ye chiki ngeo kama pego no agi ye.
So if anyone of you knows where you find such bags here in Gulu, you feel free to even inform UNBS today. We shall go and remove such packaging material because people who deal in such businesses, for them they get money, but people who are using them are not following the law. Now this one is also putting on a mask. He has a helmet, but again, his packaging material has super, so he's not doing the right thing.
Ente waye ka gi gulu ka nyu ngeyo kama uchat ka vera ini ti ye. Po mer wigi. Wa gi cher gi mag mera maga pien chek pe ye. Ka vera inu ma no gine pe ye ni.
Same thing. Next. So those packaging materials can be traced. So those are the good practices that we want. You tile your production area the same way. We require that you label even your sections in the production area. Like this is my store where I keep raw materials. This is where I mill from, and this is where I dispatch of my finished products.
Ente awai gin ma mere ma per tek lo ene chel muti na cha. Di or mer ben mer maleng just sitting room kumeno. Chibeni poko nika eni ban kama yer ya nyugi ka eni kama gwa ye ka eni kama dong mare gutum wa parking ye ka eni kama store kama ka ver bedi ubedo maleng.
So lastly, I want to encourage everybody to embrace UNBS services through continued partnerships. You don't hate UNBS.
Ante awaje ne wati yuga chelo ki dul me UNBS weri wa mede wunu ki no jim mabejo ero jo kel dok niang gi long dok kelo jeme komgi. Ante wai ka cham ti mabe chuk no be na ti pi wan weng pe it gi ken. Ente awaje ni ka vi cher ka wil ne na lama chani ne kum ka vera ke no alama chani tie che wil ka je mu a ge woko ilobu ma woko ni be no ku kera lama gi ti kume kono Kenya kono kwe ni nen en yini wil endo wachi fo ritual gig don kaka Asante sana. Muzuri sana.
Ya foyo matek Omera David ulo ma duong dana bo olo kongo ayo malo lu fulu wara ko malo dana malo jone e kongo twenye wono kang dana ko twenye kang twenye we nguri weng yengo mabe jone e yo aya foyo matek ma put fo kong pe bit ping am pa we down bit ping ba wo be timo tij mo ma ti tira da en dul kum wa en wa nen ma be en pi cham America nen ka dano ngeyo dul kum ki kong ka ana luo si gud dul kum en mana luo ne ha be cha ko iya wiya tiana tia ira wa uma foyo matek wa bedo pe ya tama foyo matek chawa wati maraj kombeto no wachero dong wa kamo malego ne katwer wa timo goyo mega wobe wachero chame la peny ikom fony mag aka fonyre ne chuna lego ne katwer kien ma wati ki ro achela rio adek angwene wa weko be la penyo be angwene ken mek daro ndako gang chon pangi ke down neno kede la penya angwen kabede neno la penyi urwato gi pangare moni do penyo alego ni dong pede nuo an ke bi penyo mono we be brief and precise yokum lok pe water mabo cha wati maraj afoyo matek ponyo fonye maduong la peny mo gwak tie nyo niang mo memero niang ki bod UNBS Mariton be brief and precise. Yeah, he's saying, thank you very much. You are saying that any good we are going to buy must have your logo. Then he's asking, could be there some companies who have already even produced your stamp, and we may think we are buying the right thing, meanwhile the logo on the package might be fake. How sure are you about your logo? Yeah, that is the first question. The second question, Lapin Mario, Tie, very good.
Atawana foya luani Justin oe kapeny ati jemo kere wanoge gitiga charogi kame stampe ye pi wati kwere penya en
There's some packages material without your logo. Are we not supposed to buy that? David, I hope you're picking that. Hello? Hello? And war when you buy chawa. And I take a phone call to chawa lingo. That the second question was, are we supposed to buy even the products where they don't have your logo on the packaging material? Ngara moti kanjila paint, mama.
Before yes. Yeah, la mono Lucy. La peña ti komane. Awinyi ki wai lo komaro chamwa maraje boda. So gien ti kil tuj manora wero chami a woro naga tiarwe boda ka doki tiar ke maro ke kono.
Her concern is sometimes you find these contaminated goods passing through from here up to the border. Why is it that it passes through here up to the border? Do you have few staff or what could be the problem? This is going to be the last. Ngara mo chigi lock kind. Down the kind. Down the kind. Down the kind pe. Apoya. So you have those 3 questions.
So you were asking about how the quality mark, how we are sure about our quality mark. Number one, how we are sure about the quality mark is if a product has a quality mark, below that quality mark, it must have the name of the standard to which it was certified. Like for water, it is having US EAS 13. I don't know whether everybody is seeing. Then another one, if the product is having the right quality mark, it must have fulfilled all labeling requirements. You should be able to see the name of the manufacturer. You see the date that product was manufactured and when it will expire. Then it should have instructions for use. It should also have any health warnings if it is beer or if it is a pesticide or a chemical. So if you found, then even the quantities, if you found one of those things missing, you are going to buy bread and you feel it is not 1 kilogram. So either that person is using the mark illegally or he's not fulfilling the requirements. So not all products that bear the quality mark are safe. So you have to look at those other things to ensure that it is quality, because some people apply illegally. But through our inspections, we are able to identify some of them. Another thing is another thing you were asking about how these things get to the border. There are people who do bad things. People always break the law. But what we always do is we do road inspections unaware. Sometimes we use intelligence because people who do such things, sometimes they move at night. The time that now no officer is on the way or is at work, that's when they will transport their bad things. Just like some people choose to overspeed at night just because they know that there is no traffic officer on the road.
Yeah, wajo ne cha mukene dano gi dugulu yela. Ngeo ne kero je maraje botaka ne chikiyu cha omere ngwech kere. Mukene di wo ene winyo twela ti mo ne notika mo ki jemi marajo. Gien bene gi yele machalo UNBS menero ne jim ono miona ka twere po kati. But wana ngeo kere down to kero jane. Down to moki moe ken kao planning wang mukara ki jemi marajo eone. Kima chelo bero ka tero nene logo ge enne pol kare kadongi tiyo kere no bero en ke kome ento pere tek be ka wan wangeyo jimi mati iye ngare mo gere be romo yubo ma chel kere ento logo gi ene jimi ti maduong ye ka in ng'eyo neno ne chalo me pi namba ne tie me gino mo e kan tiki namba ne ai inobe ki kero lok me yoro kom ti ye ka kenyo make ne andong dul monyo company mo ki chuny maraj itiga tij kere ka wang'eyo watembe wamini ki report.
Who has not been answered?
Peki gamo ko be lufu ma wo eno penyo ni ka dong chamo wa chero ka wilo ne nyomo ka mo chero ka wilo ne wa no gin en pa USBS pay ye chipo wa cham ene ki gamo. Yeah, his question was if we buy goods that does not have your logo, are we supposed to buy or we are not supposed to buy those goods?
I encouraged everybody that you buy certified products or products that bear quality marks. If it is from Kenya, you will see KEBS. If it is from Uganda, you will see that quality mark. But if you are suspicious that this product is not safe, you report to UNBS. Or you buy such product and take it to UNBS that I don't trust this product, you help me test it. We shall test it for free and we shall give you feedback.
Yeah, for your matek, watika dera nyimo don ki gina rioma kita wabe loko kere speed embe waka waiti yako kere. Nane lok maduon beda loke kakany, waneno lok me chik, mier bedon wa moko ngom wabe mete gitimo ne lok me chik ubugak kineno ne keken kany, wan machalo gur wa mero timo ngoy iye, wa mero wa dak wa bed ping, wa ngi iye, dati wajo ngom bedo mier gitimo. Aya wege jone tiyo ki group palofu mati kanyo miero go tim ngo. So watiki gana mono luone way forward. Makawa timo yor way forward ene pe duong da kera bit no wa okay kany. Chiyo na tile ko la det maloyo lo komfu la det kidega Richard we hobien we ba timo ene speed da da kera bit ka twer no watio miyo way forward and way forward eno miero wa mi gena wangene waromo timo ne pede kwa mi gena wangene fo waromo timo ne fo e matek.
Ya wafoi mataka dada atamo wafoi kong ludiru me UNBS mabeba ole dong tie matako komberi nonge wengo ke riga goyo mega wubi ngo atime nguke yende itema kikumi kireno go so yaro chiro dong wagoyo watimo de spirit de gala goyo mega wubi atie gitij manok ingeo ka choke mo eken ko ber kiren ya gikene no wamero kage dok jema timo betie pedon gak ingo pe gak ka choke kiren go nyo pe gak chamo dek o gulu idok gur chirang so way timo exercise mo manok way way forward ma diete lo etie no chale kum fony ma chel discussion ma diete 12 Kenya fony me na mario ni polo bero chalo fony maka wan wa dok gang mero chiro waneno ni watitimo gimi wachalo ngo information nyo gifonyo wafonya wan machalo wan lo fu ngo mero watim wek anyugo wabere nyugo mabejo lo chat ngo mero getim lo regi chuma ngo mero getim kireno ko tich matie mategare da ene tie fonyo ma obedo machel tutwale ngo machalo wan mero matwaro timone machalo lufu unyo the local leaders machalo chiek kawa ni chiek no wanyanko kayeda wani bailo so we have bailo ma lo diro ni gitemo kati kede waneno na ni no wanywa ko tame ye so kombeti pegi kelo dano gor wenko pasena di magi kelo kan o apa pe o apa pe o apa bari ya gikene waneno chele wak gimoni aduguno betie no mero tich pa dano wen kireno go jomo dongang chane umero gi nong en la kit ngeche ene so wamero neno action point way forward ngaka donge wayni way forward wamero tijatima kare neno mero betie go kare meno mo mer gitim kare tich mane anone nga matwaro lo tich anone mage wany responsible person en ka mogo ne way chiaro way fonyo dano anga ma bo fonyo dano anone gi fonyo kare mene kireno go gidong kwene mo neno chalo tich eni no mero betie ye so lego ngare mo ma secretariat ma megwa no twaro capturing Jimmy Mano we're discussing we have the action point time frame responsible person and then the location, you know, where are we going to do this activity. So check again uberi check mabeda reda man kanan get you kere mabe gang twaro kele laga kireno go so ge botwa wagin eno choro rom pin mabe reda dige wachiro watiu kere ukele laga chaka ge goro o a donye la moge o wala kan kireno go ya gekene wa merene fonye eni po gak goro ere ya mormo district olo so ngoma wan matwaro timone eni dong microphone ti ariyo go achelo to dang so ngoma wan chelo dige nyowe dok gang tin mo mero choko timone na machel so wa wenyo ne tich mena machiel makane wa dok gang dire umiro wa chako mu wa rueyo dano wa mi en ngech ma wan no tiene ene wa poko community kono kireno go chiek ma wa wenyo ene kongben wa chiro wa timo ngo gi ya wak dano mo kane weyo nen unyogi winy nika ini timo bale ene fuora nyogi ino fod makiman so tij en wanene chalo no watwar chako na wene ruech meno tij mena machel go asante so mafot pia ge chiero piny community kongi kel lutela mingo lutela me sub county LC1 kan pego ge ruori kwere can we give ourselves within 1 week activity any time one come the first week of April nga matwaro nano ni tich en mero time nga e very responsible atwaro nano chelo nga atwaro dor tich mabe o wega ching one come so SAS would you take this responsibility in the administrator mi goro mobilization wenti we in yes taking the lead. What Jago may goro and a tier responsible person may activity any. Yes, kadong what was sensitizing lutele mamegwa making gang ginyang ikumlok any ngoma dok watwaro ngoma merwachiro wachiro kwene. Yes, we did. La dirti legane Jimmy Manan nyo kar taj ma olo to joma twero wangi twero kwana ne inene me robetie anyere ne tutwale no dong organizers, is it can we have printouts of what has been